Let strength be grand.
Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing today? Welcome. We are back with day 5 of trying to do this run and almost succeeding. Gage, I'm doing good, dude. How are you? What's up? Wait, do I have game sound? I don't think I have game sound. There we go. I was like, it's a little quiet. Are we mid-run? We're not through a run or anything like that. I am just practicing before we start. But welcome. So I actually was still not able to figure out the whole combined YouTube and Twitch chat on screen thing. But there is a way. It'll happen. Right now, for some reason, I have my recent events open so I can see everything that's happening. And then I have Streamlabs open for donation alerts because they don't come through Twitch. But then my screen is pushing everything off the screen.
So the world might be mended.
So yeah, I have both open this time. I'm just going to have to like tab out to check if anybody uses Streamlabs today. Which it usually doesn't happen, so it's whatever. But Grandpa, thank you for the 13 months. Welcome back, dude. And Blake, thank you for the 2 months as well. Let's go, indeed. All right, I'm going to be very focused today, so I'm going to practice a few things really quick. Want to go over Godfrey, Godric, and I guess still Fire Giant, because Fire Giant is kind of weird. Probably Malekith as well. I think I have to do Malekith at least once every day, minimum. Unless he kills me, then I do him twice. No walking run? Does that mean I'm running the whole time? Playing Sekiro for the first time today, Brex. Let me know how you think about it. Or what you think about it, sorry. It's kind of exciting. I'm actually a little jealous. It's so funny. Okay, wait, Galaxy, that's you under my account in... Or is that a... No, that's a command, wait. Did one of the mods use a command or something? I couldn't see it. I was like, why is my account telling people things when I'm already streaming? So how am I typing while I'm here at the same time? Kunal, what's up, dude? So I've been streaming on YouTube lately. And Twitch at the same time, so you're going to be able to see any Twitch stream coming through YouTube simultaneously. How's it going, dude? Ooh. That was a little bit of a mistake, but I still got away with it. It's kind of sloppy. Not sure if the damage is good here. But I do know the stagger is probably almost built up. Just gonna play the second part a little bit differently. So we're gonna let him step out of the range here, and then... Yeah, so still got a stagger, but then if I miss that, at least I could survive. There's still a chance. At least I believe there is. Oh wait, wrong button? So that is pretty good. Malekith. What are some fun, cool level 1 builds for late game? You know what, DD? I only know 2 of them. It would be Serpent Hunter or the Balls. And I guess you could basically do the exact same thing I'm doing here and use Starfists as well. The only difference with the Starfist is you're getting bleed damage, which I'm going to try that out actually. And I have a surprise. I don't exactly know how it's going to work, but I haven't told anybody about the plan for after this. There's a kind of a similar run, but it's going to be really cool. I just have to figure it out. So I don't want to say anything until I've proven that it can be possible, but there's a bunch of other things I have mentioned that are coming up after this that are guaranteed, but there's a potential run that's going to be really cool. And I don't think anybody's ever done it before, so it will definitely be crazier than this for sure. And it's not all remembrances, so like that's still going to happen. I'll still do level 1 all remembrances as well, but I want to try something crazy after this as well. My 1 HP 1 stamina run made you play Dark Souls 3. That's pretty interesting. So I got you into a completely different game just by doing the 1 HP 1 stamina on Dark Souls 1. Nice. How have you enjoyed it so far? Remember a time when you binge watched your Dark Souls 1 and 3 videos on YouTube? Good old days for real. I appreciate that, dude. That's really cool. I mean, even if you're here just for a little bit, it means a lot. But anybody that actually watches the full videos that are long, like that's not expected, but that's pretty crazy though. I'm gonna make sure that when I upload this run that I add chapters later to it, so if you guys want to watch it and then not actually have to sit through the whole thing, maybe pinpoint exactly where you want to go to in the video. I am gonna start doing chapters in longer videos because I haven't done that consistently. So at some point after it's uploaded, maybe even at the same time, it'll be on there. Sure. Definitely want to rebuff here. Little spooky. That'll be good enough. I think that's fine. I did practice Margit before I started, like the very first one, not Morgoth, but Margit, because I had him land on me yesterday, which is really annoying. And I realized, like, to actually kill him properly the way I'm trying to do it, you have to kind of start charging the attack before he lands on the ground, and it's a bit scary, so. What rune level would be ideal to start the DLC? Classic. It doesn't actually really matter that much because the way they're doing the DLC, you can't have an advantage based on levels. Up to a certain point, I would say. So obviously you want your character to have leveled weapons and stuff, but the scaling of the DLC is based on completing content. So it's kind of like Sekiro, where they've confirmed that when you beat something, you get like some sort of progression system that makes the DLC a little easier in the next part and the next part, but you can't go in with a crazy amount of levels and have an advantage. That's just to make sure that no one has too easy of a time. So if you spend the money on the DLC and they work really hard on it, you actually have everyone has a balanced challenge based on that scaling system that's special to it. So it really doesn't matter that much as far as I know. I'm not gonna pay attention too much to levels. I'm kind of concerned with meeting requirements for the variety of things that you might pick up on the ground. Or get from the transpositions or whatever. So I want to be able to use the most amount of items, like an equipment. But I know that it's not going to make a huge difference with leveling. They still said 120 more or less, probably to just have enough stats to do what I said, to be able to enjoy it enough in a variety of ways. But I bet you level 1's probably still going to be hard, but like only because, again, you're stuck with certain things. But the difference between level 1 and like maybe max level being less than normal is pretty cool. This part, I don't know if I did this right. No, I definitely didn't. Is he gonna... I think I screwed this up a little bit. I was supposed to do 2 R2s instead of getting the critical attack on him, which I always do. I don't know why I did the critical attack. Also, I got water and I didn't bring it into my room. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay. And that one more time. I think Souls-like games are more or less a rhythm game. There's aspects in Sekiro for sure. The other games, no, they're definitely not rhythm games. Sekiro can kind of sit in that category a little bit, but not consistently though, because there's aspects that kind of make it rock, paper, scissors with extra dimensions to it. And if it was just deflex, then it would be a rhythm game. Rhythm games typically, even like in the highest difficulties, they're just the same kind of thing. There's a linearity to like the actual goal, whereas Sekiro, because it has aspects that mix it up, it doesn't just have that aspect. It has other things you can do too that don't have any rhythm to them at all. But yeah, like I think the deflecting system can have that level of what's it called? It's like similarity, I guess. Just because again, you can use the sound effects just as much as you could use the visuals for a lot of people. Play games besides Souls? I do, yeah. I do. Not like a lot of different ones, but I'm very much into other games as well. The thing is, though, there's some game genres where I like them, but they're just not really streamable, so it's not that I wouldn't play them in general, but because I don't play games outside of streaming, really, you're not going to really see me play them that often. So I have Street Fighter 6, Mortal Kombat, the newest one. I have Smash Brothers Ultimate and stuff like that. Like I love those three games. They're probably some of my favorites, but I probably won't touch them unless someone wants to play it locally, or I go on maybe a trip, visit a friend, or whatever, but it's very rare that I'd play games outside of streaming. So because they're not streamable, unless you're a pro, and even being a pro is not the greatest return in terms of the time investment opposed to other things you could do in the same kind of, you know, content space. I just don't put a lot of time into that stuff. I try to make content for the stuff that's the most effective for people enjoying it, and then also me enjoying it. Oh, why am I chugging? Dude, it's the blue flask thing again. I need to remake the Morgoth file. Jesus. I keep running into this issue where when I set up the save files originally, I didn't put enough flasks on the character for a lot of them. So after I do this whole health lowering thing, I need to not chug the blue flask until later. Am I a Star Wars fan? I'm not actually really a Star Wars fan, believe it or not. I think it's kind of cool, but I've never really been into it. I have an uncle that's obsessed with it. He has, like, part of what he does actually is he makes custom figures, so he'll resin cast them. He'll paint them and then make figures that are not available by the company that makes the action figures, and then sell them. And then he also resells their products as well that are already, you know, maybe aged a little bit, or maybe he'll find new ones that are on sale. He also does like actual art for Star Wars, like paintings and stuff like that, different types of stuff. He's always been into that series, so he got me kind of turned on to it by showing me it. And I liked the first 3 movies, like, or sorry, not the first 3, the what's it, I don't remember the names of them other than there's like, I think it's Return of the Jedi or Clone Wars something like that, and then the 3rd one where the guy becomes Darth Vader. Those 2 were probably my favorite. All the other ones were like whatever, and then the new ones were not good in my opinion. So I fell asleep watching the new ones, every single new one. Even Rogue One I haven't seen, but the other ones I literally fell asleep in the theater. And then, yeah, other than that, I like the morality aspect of it and like the concept George Lucas was going for. But I'm not a huge fan of like outer space and like ships shooting lasers at each other and shit like that. And you know, it's just like a little bit too futuristic for me. I like dystopian sci-fi or like ancient kind of stuff. So like Blade Runner, Dune, Alita was a good movie as well, even though it had some like robotic shit in it. Yeah, hand-to-hand combat with you know, some maybe like some blade combat and stuff like that. Minimal firearms and no lasers or like outer space battles are usually my preference for sci-fi. Like collapse society kind of stuff. But nothing to say wrong about Star Wars. I think for what they're going for, it is the best of the best. It's just like, I notice a lot of people agree the newer ones are not that good, and then, you know, the classic ones are great for what it is. All right. I wanted to do one more thing. I'm trying to remember. Well, so we did Horlu, Malekith. Oh yeah, Godric would be a good one. I already went over Radon. Radon was good. Godric would be a good one to practice, though, really quick. And then I think we could do this. I'm pretty sure we're ready. I was going to practice Radagon, but I'm like, the only thing that I made a mistake on Radagon with was something that was actually really easy. And I just forgot about how the attack worked. So I think that to try to like practice him enough for him to do that attack is kind of useless because he might not do it. And if I see it again, I guaranteed can do it first try. It's fine. But that's a problem. Talking about the ones with Anakin Skywalker. Yeah, when Anakin becomes Darth Vader. Fallout TV show? No. My editor was saying I have to watch it. So we have an agreement that basically, to celebrate getting this run, I'm going to show them, I'm going to introduce them to solo leveling, and then they will introduce me to the Fallout show. I have to watch at least one episode if I actually get this. And for me, it's a big commitment. I don't like spending time watching shows that much unless they're really good, and there's very few that have ever existed that were worth it. So I typically don't really watch that kind of stuff, but I will check it out when I beat this run. You said it yesterday. You did mention that, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the whole killing yourself thing. Although it's not on a run though. It's on practice. Everything that happens on practice that's bad is okay, and if it's good, then it's even better. That's the rule. That's all we have to follow. I didn't know you were an anime guy. So I'm not actually like super big into anime. There's just some that I think would make really good series regardless of how you spin it. They'd make good books, good movies. They have good stories overall. Top 3 would be Solo Leveling, Berserk, and Death Note. Actually, no, Steins Gate ties with those too, though. So the whole Berserk, Steins Gate, Death Note thing, they'd all be really close. They'd all basically be the same level of enjoyment, but Solo Leveling goes a little bit above that for me because I like the premise quite a bit. And the character progression is just ridiculously good. It's like funny, but actually already really cool by default, because I feel like a lot of people in real life could use that as a lesson. It's like, it's very relatable, even though it's not actually, it's still fiction, obviously. But you could just take advice from that show and probably change your life and be a better person. I don't know why I got so little damage on the first attack there. That was kind of weird. But I guess we're going to just play this very slowly now. Thank God I got that. I think that might have staggered him out of that position, but yeah, the crit always finishes him off, so I need to be very careful there with not hitting him out of it. Oh yeah, sorry, I wanted to go over Gideon. I said Gideon at least once because we did actually screw up on Gideon finally. I didn't push the button late enough. Like, you have to kind of use determination and then wait a second before you charge the attack. The show is shit and disrespects the games, Tyrone. Well, I'm gonna watch one episode. I promised them that I would do that. If they were gonna you know, recommend it, I'd honor that as a friend, but also for that as a trade-off, they have to watch Solo Leveling as well. And if they don't like it, then you know, we both don't like the respective show, and it's all good. Would the Sung Jin Woo build work in Dark Souls? You just have to be like max level with a dagger, I guess. That's pretty much it. But that'd be a funny build, though. That's actually a great idea. You know, a Sung Jin Woo Elden Ring build before the DLC could be a really good deal there. Maybe I should make the main character the DLC like that.
I knew you'd come.
That's a good idea.
Before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas, none.
There we go. That's all we got to do for Gideon. We just got to delay it. Draconic Tree Sentinel. I don't practice it that much anymore because we're just doing it in the run pretty well, but it might be worth it because if I start a run and that's how it fails, I will cry. Like, that's actually going to be painful. And you're not going to see me cry outward. I'm going to cry inside my body, and then I'm going to get soggy on the inside of my face. And it's going to create a lot of health problems, so we don't want to do that. Streaming on YouTube, Patrick? I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So if you hear me respond to a message that you guys can't see in the chat you're watching in, then it's probably the other one that I'm talking to. But it's all merged together for me, so... Like I said, I got to figure out how to get them both on screen. There is a application I already have that does that, but it's just kind of glitching out a little bit for me. I have to just talk to somebody that had it working and just see what they did. Maybe if they have the same issue, whenever they have time. Yeah, that's a pretty good throw, actually. I like that one. So that's the escape. That's the escape. Essentially, if I screw up, I finally got to practice that, so I did screw it up. That is the escape. I think I might have waited too long, and that's why. Because he did the sidestep thing later than normal. He did like this weird adjustment, then did the sidestep. So I never was able to actually pull that off. It's going to be a pretty big run back too, unfortunately, if I do that, but that is the way to get away from him and then not have to worry about dying at least. And we have a legitimate second chance. Otherwise, we have to run away and then have him not hit me with lightning. And that's pretty bad. First run feels like a Homer run. You think Homer Simpson's the character for the first run? Thought you'd have more viewers. You're my favorite Souls YouTuber, so you figured more people would watch. I screwed this up. Well, the thing is, Patrick, I don't full-time stream anymore. I used to, and I've also like quit streaming for months at a time, like many times throughout the last like 2-3 years, like where I just go and do other stuff for a while and don't even do content here and there. So I could build a bigger audience if I wanted to, but you have to look at the difference. There's not many people that exist that stream as many hours as me, or have had that kind of trend that even have the audience that I even do. So I'm very fortunate in that regard, but I've had the big numbers before in the past and stuff like that. It's the same thing. It doesn't make a difference as long as people are enjoying it. And also because again, like streaming is not my main source of income. Doing the actual YouTube channels and stuff like that right now is the main focus, and I have other stuff going on too. So it's not like there's no stress. Like I think that living a life where you have to actually stream to, like, you know, make something happen for yourself only, and that's the only thing, that is the worst possible thing I can imagine. I'd rather work a regular job, because I did that, and it's not possible to even make sense of after a while if you put in the hours that, you know, I was putting in, or some people were. Like, even if you make like decent income, it's not really worth it. You don't really have a life, and it's like, it's so draining to have to do that many hours for that long, that if you can manage it, then amazing. But especially as you get older, it's like, I would relate that to any job. I don't think that there's a point. If you can, the goal should always be to work the least amount of hours and make the most impact, have the most value. You shouldn't want to do too much, if you don't need to. There's building phases for things, but you really don't need to do like as much as people might think after you've done, you know, a good enough job to set yourself up. But yeah, for me, it's like if I have a 24-hour day and I'm going to sleep for some of it, then streaming's going to be not the bulk amount of it most of the time. And it's not going to have to be the necessity, right? It's not going to have to be like, oh, I have to do that. It's going to be like, I want to do it. I really enjoy doing it. And then it makes it more fun. All right, so now we can go and start a run. Let's go. Isn't that RNG? For which part are we talking about? Okay, so Homer was the suggestion for the character that I noticed. You know, though, like we could make a new one. We can make a new character. I haven't used this guy that much. This was like Jason Bourne for some reason. I don't know why I made him, but let's make him a different color. Could make him the Hulk, maybe? Do a Hulk run? That'd be pretty cool. He needs hair, though. That's pretty funny. I like that one. You look healthy. Do you exercise much? I usually do lifting 4 times a week, yoga every day, and then I try to walk every single day. A short walk is 20 minutes. A longer one is 40 to an hour plus, depending on the weather. I usually walk longer if the sun is out, just because I know that there's benefits for that. But yeah, I'd say like 4,000 steps minimum. I try to aim for 8,000 to 10,000, and then 15 minutes of yoga, about 45 minutes to an hour of lifting 4 times a week. And drums lately have been really good cardio for me, so my higher heart rate cardio is mainly drums right now, because like there's a lot of songs I've been playing where I can't breathe that much after. So that's been really good. That's been like a little life hack for me to be able to do 2 things at once, because it does burn some calories. But I stay pretty active for sure. And there's other things I'll do sometimes, like I was skateboarding for a while every day, but then I stopped because I didn't want to break my hands or have any hand injuries or ankle injuries because of the drums, since my goal was to play a lot of them this year. And then I snowboard every single winter, at least like most of them. Sorry, I missed 1 season in general since I started, but like I snowboard almost every season. And I do paintball sometimes too, but more so like here and there whenever I get invited now. I used to play like pretty seriously, at least once a week, but now it's just kind of like once in a while whenever a bunch of people get together. And that is very serious too. That's a lot of like sprinting, diving on the ground. Like just like you're in a squat most of the time, or you're sprinting really fast, or you're sliding across the ground in a weird position. So longest day in the gym was 6 hours, dude. That's like some Rich Piana stuff. That's like, it's like, yeah, man, we're gonna do the 8-hour arm workout, bro. Gotta drink like 3 protein shakes while you're doing the curls, but you can't stop the whole time. I like to alternate the weights by having an extra person drop heavier dumbbells in my hands as I'm still doing the curling motion to get the maximum pump. That's some crazy stuff. 6 hours is nuts, man. How much food would you have to eat that day? What controller do you recommend for Clone Hero? You're debating on shelling out the money for a White Explorer. The White Explorer is one of the best ones. I'd recommend that, or the Les Paul from Guitar Hero 3 is pretty good too. Those are the 2 that I've used the most. The Stratocaster from World Tour is not the greatest. It's kind of shitty. The Guitar Hero 2 SG, the Gibson SG, is apparently really good. I've never used them for PC though, but if you can get an adapter for them, I've heard from the people that are hardcore, those are really good and pretty durable.
Goodbye.
I think the White Explorer is a safe bet if you can get it for the price that's, you know, they normally go for. Ate 11,000 calories on the 6-hour gym day. Damn. Rich Piana was great. I actually really enjoyed Rich Piana. I watched a lot of his stuff when I was younger, but it's kind of sad though. I mean, I didn't really ever like idolize him as someone that I was like, I want to be like him in terms of his like physique or like the way that he lived, but more so his mindset was really cool. And he was kind of like a character. He was like a cartoon character almost, just with how extreme he was. But like, you know, yeah, I don't know. There's like people that have replaced him since then that are pretty ridiculous, but he's like an OG for sure. Jordan, what's up? Awesome seeing you do this live and seeing the whole process behind the full finished video of the run. I'm glad you actually enjoyed that. I was kind of thinking, I wonder if people maybe don't need to see the final run if they've seen enough of the attempts. But then again, like there's a lot of people from the stream when I just streamed on Twitch, just exclusively, that would still go and watch the videos. So I guess it's kind of, yeah, it depends on the person, but it seems like it doesn't matter.
I can play turning to aid you. You need O to the foot. Then it's
Let strength be granted, so the world might be mended.
It will summon torrent. Treat him
So the world might be mended.
Yo.
Water Juice, thank you so much for the 2 months. Welcome back. Is water juice what happens when you milk a watermelon? Don't see a way you could work out for 6 hours. I think if you had a gym that had extra activities in it, like you could play basketball, maybe go swim for a little bit, lift weights. Between those three right there, I could see. Like there was a community center I used to work out at, like when I was really young, like when I first started, and they had a pool and they had basketball courts, and I would spend sometimes 4 hours there, but not like actually doing crazy intense stuff, just playing with friends and stuff. So I think that it depends on the facility. Like some facilities are really cool. If it was just lifting weights, then yeah, I don't have any idea how that would be possible. Even full body, that makes no sense. Like unless you're trying to do a test to see like how much endurance you could go through with a certain amount of weight until you fatigue. Did I pick up? Yeah, I think I. Wait. Yeah, I did. Okay, just making sure. Okay, I got the grace. Yeah, we're good. What weapon am I using for this? I'm using the iron balls. Trying to walk off, trying to film stuff and then walk off the edge with the camera angles, or you're doing the DS2 capture footage? You do beer curls? Man, if you have like a really big beer, that might actually work. Like if it's a heavy one, they need to make like triple tall cans or whatever, like quad cans, where you can like take the beer, and then you can put like cases of beer on the end, on strings, and then you have like a unstable dumbbell with like the bar being like a super big can of beer, and then when you finish the workout, you get to drink it. There you go. What's your ethnicity, Schizo? So Caucasian and Jamaican, but the side of me that's Caucasian's like European scattered. I don't know the exact denominations, but I could do an ancestry thing and probably figure that out, but it's a lot of just European places for that side. Quad cans are just Four Locos. Those used to be insane, dude. I remember I actually have drinking one of those back before they changed the recipe, and they were crazy. Like back when I did drink. Oh, he's kind of confused, I think. There we go. Dude, the horse drops stuff. Oh, I didn't mean to kill the horse. I'm sorry. The Hulk doesn't mean any harm against animals, man. The Hulk is PETA approved. So. Oktoberfest beer. Carrying 10 1-liter beers. That sounds pretty insane. Are those on a tray or something? Is that like a waitress? Or is that like an actual like thing that people are known for doing? They just carry a ridiculous amount of liquid.
Can you hear me? Help me. I'm stuck.
Those ancestry things are how they catch serial killers? Oh yeah? Have they successfully done that before? Oh, they just serve a lot of people? Oh, okay. Seeing your face is weird after watching faceless runs from years ago for months. So that's actually the interesting thing, Schizo, is that like I've used the camera on stream for 4 years now. And then I started with it too. So in the beginning of streaming, I used it for about a year. And then I took it away because I was doing a lot of challenge runs. And I'm like, I don't know if people need to see my face to do that. I was in this weird position where I didn't like people commenting on... Like, people were, like, saying things that were very distracting. They weren't, like shitting on me or saying any bad things. But people would even say, like, good things. They compliment me and, like... Or they would be, like... I would attract, like, really weird people sometimes. And I'd be like, you know what? The only way to control that situation is to get rid of it. So no one can say anything. And also, like, a bigger part of it was that I didn't think there was a need for a face. And the challenge of just being a good commentator was really appealing to me. Like, because I liked a lot of content that didn't have a camera. So I'm like, I'm going to try this out. There's a few different benefits. Tried it for a while, but then for the last 4 years I've had it. Because I was like, you know what, whatever, it doesn't even matter. And it helps for showing you guys not only some expressions for funny moments, but also, like, if there's a sponsor that I have that needs me to show something on a camera, it's better opportunities for me. Like, I've had controller sponsors where they've given me a really cool controller. We did the racing simulation stuff, which I'm a huge fan of, so being able to use the racing wheel, that, like, literally was such a... That was my favorite thing still, so I'm like, I'm really glad that I decided to switch it. And then even, like, clearly they wanted me to do a Instagram, like, photo thing. Like, I had to take a picture and then do some, like, promo on stream wearing the glasses and stuff like that. And it's like, I can't do those things if I don't have a camera or people don't see me, so... How much do you to bleach your hair? If you paid me $1 million before the end of the day in Canadian, and every processing fee included to transfer it, $1 million, I'll do it. No joke, 100%. I'll actually go do it within the same day before I go to sleep. But it has to be by the end of the stream. Not even the end of the day, the end of the stream, and you have to pay the processing fees and all that stuff. And it has to be in the account the same day. If you can somehow make that work, then let's do it. You found a better way to show when the commentary is occurring versus when you're talking in the next play-by-play video? Oh, nice, nice. Hey, you're gonna have to tell me that after. $1 million Canadian is like 3 Big Macs. Yeah, in Canadian dollars, $1 million is enough for me to get through the month. So it's like, it's gonna be how it is in like 10, 20 years, man. So we might as well get a head start, right? Mr. Beast hopping in his jet. He's getting ready. He's coming over there. Recycled, what's up, dude? How much for you to unbleach your hair? I don't know. I think once I do it, I'm gonna get into the idea of having it like that. I'm gonna like it so much that the joke will be on you for even thinking that it was a bad idea and that I wouldn't like it. And then you're gonna feel like you want the money back because I'm gonna enjoy it so much. Only to reveal in the future that I actually planned to do it the whole time and I was waiting for someone to offer me money to do it, to pull the trigger. But that's the life hack though. Basically, like, be in the state of desire for really weird things for yourself. Like, just be in the state of wanting to do weird things, but wait for someone to offer you money as a dare, and then finally cash in on it because then you already wanted to do it. You just have to delay the gratification of not doing it yourself. You know, it's like, oh man, shave your head bald and your eyebrows. Like, I've always wanted to look like a naked mole rat, so thanks for giving me the money. Joke's on you. Now I'm 5 times more aerodynamic. Literal swim team champion right here. Gonna try and pick up Elden Ring again later, Recycled. How far did you make it through the game? The following command, I haven't actually figured out a way to get it to work. Oh, there we go. Follow age. I was going through all the different phrases that you could type in, and I couldn't figure out what it was. Oh, is that guy chasing me? I think he might be. No, okay, he's not. I'm not going to actually sit there because the bell-bearing hunter guy that will show up and waste a lot of time. I thought he was running up towards me. I was like, what's going on? Oh! I didn't want to buy the ritual pot. That's a really bad call, dude. That really sucks. Damn. Yeah, that sucks. It's okay though. It's not a big deal, but like, yeah, that sucks.
Have a sec.
Trying to think. Oh, I have the Night Greaves. Wait, do they have immunity? Okay, so we're good. What I'm trying to do is basically build some resistance to poison in case I screw up this next part, but that's why I wanted the extra 3,000 so I could spend at least half of it or, you know, most of it on the samurai set, but I guess we're going to have to just use the boots that we got for free, so that's makes back some of it at least. How have the runs been? Sure, they've been pretty damn good, man. Like, yesterday was great, but I had a run where I made it almost through the entire game, didn't have a hit, and then I fell off a cliff and quit out to save myself. Which today, if that happens, it's probably not going to happen at all, but like if it did, I have to basically change it where I warp with the menu rather than doing a quit out, because you're allowed to warp. Quit outs are usually not allowed on these runs. Like I don't allow them personally. If I did one, then the run would change drastically in the sense that I could have gotten away with doing them the whole time and just spamming them and getting out of situations all over the place. So for the integrity of the run, like I would rather not do them, but the warping thing is a little bit harder to do, and you can't do it if an enemy's chasing you, so it only really helps when falling off of something. I think I did attract the dragon there. I don't know why. Fried chicken and spaghetti from the drive-thru? I'm so confused. What place that exists sells fried chicken and spaghetti in a meal? Is that like two different things? Like two different entrees or something from a restaurant?
Forgive me.
Sounds like such a
Could you
weird
tell me if
combination.
You had the metal. It seems torrent, whereas there is, but I can take gathering plate.
I don't even think by accident I would ever even eat fried chicken and spaghetti in the same day. That doesn't make sense to me. Oh, food trucks. I see. Filipino company. Super Mario in real life. It's a Filipino fast food chain. Oh, I see. Okay. Gas stations? Gas stations have fried chicken? What? Oh, I guess actually, no. Okay, wait, no. I'm not aware. I've never been in a gas station with fried chicken, but I could see it in the U.S. though, because there were some in the States that were really crazy. I remember I went into one and yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. It was very different. Okay, that's gotta work. Doesn't work, I'm going to turn even more green. Apparently that, oh yeah, okay, he saw it, he heard it. We're good. Nice. I think the way this run works is the more green I am, the less chance poison could ever even be used on me, because they just know. They're like, in their natural habitat, the sign of being green just means that you're immune to poison by default in nature, so why would they ever try? It's not even like a tactic you could use. And I have fire in my hand too, so it's not even like I'm a tree or anything. They're like, well, how does this guy have fire and he's green? Broccoli Man, this is supposed to be the Incredible Hulk after he figured out the right dose of the serum. But other than that, yeah, oh wait, no, we're not doing that. Oh, that fell. Oh, no. Okay. Can I still warp? Even with that rat down here, can I warp? Yes. Cool. Can make a Slurpee pizza nacho at 7-Eleven? That sounds disgusting. I am good. You never see Piccolo get poisoned? That's a good point, too. You also never see Piccolo's hair. Oh, wait, do you? Maybe you do. Does Piccolo ever take off the thing on his head? I'm trying to remember. Maybe he does. It's been a while since I've watched Dragon Ball Z. How do you get 120 FPS on Bloodborne? So this is like a really, really tricky strategy because you have to actually be really quick in real life. So the best way you can get 120 FPS in Bloodborne is you start running, like get a big open stretch of space outside to start running. And you get the game on mobile and you put it in a VR headset and you run so fast that the actual vision inside your eyes speeds up. And the game's going to play a little bit quicker than normal, but it's actually, if you run at the right speed and play at the same time on mobile VR, you will be able to actually see the game quicker than normal. It kind of sucks because it only works as long as you're running, but it's helped me a lot. He's got the antennas. Oh yeah, he does. He's got like elf ears too, right? 120 feet per second for 120 frames at a steady pace. No frame drops. As long as you have good cardio, you're good. It to be so quick that you buy a PS4 on launch day. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, like, the console you're running it on also has to be, like, you have to have just opened it. Like, it was like an original PS4, never updated, and you opened it up that day too. There's something about it being in the box sealed still. I don't know why. People thought down patching would work, but 120 FPS requires a brand new console. He's bald and has antennas. Okay, yeah. As soon as I said that, I remembered he was kind of bald. I was like, maybe you do see his head. Kill the bear. I don't know if the bear would want to fight me. I think it'd be a little bit intimidating to fight a man on a horse that's green with fire on a stick. That's kind of scary. If I was like an animal just chilling in my forests and I was intruded by someone that looked like this, I don't know if I would trust the battle. I'd probably pretend to be, you know, I do like regular casual bear things, like you know, trying to roar a little bit and like stand up and be intimidating, but I wouldn't try to like swipe at him though. It would be a very slim chance that you'd succeed. So we need to go by the bow. And then, yeah, I guess the rapier and the dagger as well. Would feet cam be allowed? I did actually use a camera to play with my feet. But when I was doing a sponsor for racing simulation stuff, the foot pedals on the floor I was using without socks one day, and they messaged me on Discord saying I can't do that. They said I have to wear socks. So there was a sponsor that told me that like it would be kind of risky if I kept doing that. But regular Twitch stuff, I don't know. I'm not sure. Ooh, I need to see if we have enough to do this. Could beat a bear pretty easily in real life. You think so? You ever play as Kratos? Kratos would be really cool, actually. I've never tried that. We love you behind them toes. Yeah, the feet thing, it's interesting, but at the same time, I mean, there's some people that... Oh my god. Is it going to be daytime? It looks like it's daytime. I'm going to try this. Ooh, that didn't work. So bad at this jump, dude. Yeah, some people don't like feet. Like not even on a regular level. They just dislike, like it makes them sick seeing feet. There was people when I did the, wait, oh, source seal. When I did the stream showing feet to play the game, essentially, like there's people that were like, you know, I love you and everything like that, but I can't be here. They're like, I have to sit this one out. And I was like, that's interesting. Because they were bothered by seeing feet. And I was like, I don't like feet at all, but I don't hate them enough to like Like if I saw someone's feet, it wouldn't make me not watch something, but I don't look at them as nice either. So it's kind of like a weird spectrum, I guess. So you have to consider someone could be on the extreme level of that, where they're not neutral. They're just like, no, that's not happening. Oh my God. I don't know why he's chasing me. Maybe that's why nighttime's better. I don't know. Let's hope that doesn't happen again. This guy's still chilling. Okay, we're good. Everything looks fine here. Let me just be careful. You know, it's actually really funny. I think because it was daytime, one of the small guys from outside the fort chased me inside the fort. And he only caught up at that exact point, but he was chasing me the whole time. So the lead that I had on him was just enough to kill that other guy with the bow. So that's scary. He would have already been running after me at that point. Since, like, there's no small guys like that inside the perimeter as far as I know. Like the regular warrior guys. All right. Then we go to gate front. Ugh. Without feet, we would all be running around on hooves or some shit. Yeah, exactly. It'd be really weird, right? Feet are stinky. So I don't believe feet are actually stinky. I think that they just have a higher chance of being kind of gross because you have them inside shoes, right? Or they touch the ground. But your feet don't have to be stinky, though. That's kind of like just based on hygiene. I don't think your feet should be stinky by default. That just means you didn't clean them. And your shoes are probably gross or something like that. Now, if you were like running a marathon or you were like out all day or something like that, yeah, they'd probably be like a little bit worse than normal, but they shouldn't always just be like that. That's just, I don't know anyone that has stinky feet that like is actually hygienic. That's, unless they just did something super intensive. Like unless I'm unaware of some medical condition where that's a thing, but yeah, I've never been familiar with that. Isn't there one on the ballista? Okay, wait, maybe the ballista guy actually was the dude. You might be right. I just haven't had that happen yet, so I'm wondering again if it's maybe daytime that did it, but anyways. I don't even know why I have the boots on still. That's kind of weird. I don't need boots. Would a no-hit run be considered no death? Yeah, you can't die in the hitless run. That is one rule, so it would also be no death as well.
Oi! You
A
there.
broccoli with a
Could
club
you
bonking
help us
you?
out, Cully?
It kind of reminds me of the Jolly Green Giant and Hulk collaborating together. It's like a mix-up. Wait, I'm going to target the ball. And then we're going to chase it down. Oh, what? That's never happened before. That's new. I didn't know you had enough damage to kill it in one arrow. I've always done 2 or 3. What? Don't use the jumping bow attacks. They're a bit quicker. I'm trying to use the strength shot. So I don't think you can shoot the power shot like with, like, I don't know if you've noticed I'm holding L2 when I shoot the bow. Like L1, L2, and R1. So I always go for the power shot just in case something blocks an arrow or, you know, maybe like it hits, like, I don't know, just to make sure it has enough damage essentially. But that was really cool though. I was not familiar with the idea of, like, I guess if you shoot the scarab itself and not the ball, it does a different thing. The physic flask I always use, and I always make it there when it's active, at least almost every time. So I don't know why. It could just be the scarab. Your avatar looks like he wants to sell you frozen corn or peas. If we're going to have to choose one or the other, peas are much more superior. Got to get the pea protein, dude. Corn is empty calories. They taste good, but just yeah, there's no point. Corn is like the most useless, delicious vegetable. In a can. What Elden Ring class would I recommend for you? Samurai is a really good starting class. That's my #1 recommendation. But it kind of depends, I guess. If you want to put stats into strength, then Herald is pretty good.
So the world might be mended.
You can still do Samurai and put strength in, but it depends on how like min-max you want to be.
Great last night. Poisoned about 348 times, of course, but had a blast. Thanks for the raid again, Rain, for 5 love.
Oh yeah, you guys were in the Black Gulch when we raided your stream, Rain. I remember you guys were punching things. That area is pretty bad for just casually playing. There was someone actually even saying yesterday, they're like, how do you, like, they're like, Black Gulch is impossible, and I'm like, it's not technically on a hitless run, but yeah, I'm glad you guys made it through with just a small wound of 300 poisons, minimal boo-boos. And also, thank you for the 2 months as well. Welcome back. How's everything going today for you? How could you possibly beat the game at level 1 hitless, Major? So this is going to sound absolutely ridiculous. I'm going to basically make a paradigm shift happen in your mind that you've never really been ready for, but it's going to be something I have to do. It's like pulling off a band-aid. So I'm going to basically pick a character that's the Wretch, that's level 1, and then I'm going to practice the game enough to understand the information, and then I'm going to push buttons in such a sequence within an hour to maybe, well, we'll say 2 hours, 10-minute time frame at the very quickest, right before your eyes. And whether you see the whole thing or not, it will succeed in not actually having an enemy damage me, resulting in the credits rolling and then me finishing the run. But it's a lot to take in. Yeah, I guess, or the other explanation would be Iron Balls, basically. It would be the main contender for the victory here. But yeah, mainly, like, in all seriousness, just practice is the way to do it. Like, you're not going to necessarily just play the game, turn it on, and then just decide to do this. But it's a good start, though. If you do decide to do it, you're going to have to learn some things and then make a plan or follow a really good structure of a run maybe that's already been done, whatever the hell it is. Like, the way I look at this run, I was thinking about it earlier, too. It's kind of funny. It's the damage of Dark Souls 1 with the area strategies of Dark Souls 2 hitless, and then the boss fights of Dark Souls 3 hitless, but only for only for some of the run. So it's a combination of all 3 of the styles of hitless runs. How do you deal so much damage? So the weapon is always upgraded to the highest amount that it can be at the time, without going like too far out of the way. And then the buffs that I'm using are really strong. So I'm using 4 different buffs. Which would be a combined effect from the Physic Flask, so 2 different crystal tiers. That's one thing, and then I'm using Golden Vow. I'm using Craigblade or Determination, depending on what the fight is for the balls. And I'm using Flame Grant Me Strength. So all those things stacked on top of each other, it's like 4 times the amount of, possibilities for damage and everything. They all contribute to something that helps. I think Craigblade's mainly the staggering and stuff like that, but then you can keep the enemies attacking less often and then have more opportunities to hit them.
Surprised no matter. Why don't... Oh, but don't... Oh.
Axe Talisman and Red Tearstone. Yeah, there's a lot of different stuff too. So like there's the Sword Seal that buffs some stats for the level 1 character until you get the Godric's Great Rune. But even then, you still use Sword Seal after that later when you get more talisman slots. Axe Talisman for charge R2 attack enhancement. Red Feather Talisman for damage increase at low health. And then... They're not chasing me, are they? He did blow the horn. Yeah, and then you got Blue Dancer Charm, which buffs damage at... Oops. Buffs damage at lower equip load. The merch arrived today. It's so comfy. I'm glad you like it. That's amazing. Thank you for buying it again, Trash. I appreciate it, man. For anyone that's also curious, again, this is not something I even talk about that much, but I do have merch if you actually ever want some like legitimate comfy clothing that has different designs based on the channel. But there's one particular design I put a lot of effort into, which is Elden Ring based. So it has a crest on it that's huge. It's the size of the entire chest, essentially. It's like most of the front of the shirt. And it has Radahn, Rykard, Ronnie, Millennia, and Malekith all together in high quality with like a bunch of colors and stuff like that. That design, I will say, you do have to wash in cold water or like not super hot water and probably air dry if you want to preserve the image on it. But yeah, like I know some people, they like merch from the games. That is one thing I put a lot of effort into to make sure people could have something that was kind of cool from Elden Ring.
Hello.
It's rather my mistress, but I was a could I ask that thug only if you've oh to bless a thug.
Like the merch stuff, there is better ways to support the channel, so I wouldn't just buy it if you're trying to support me. Like I don't make a lot of money off it. It's mainly just something I thought was cool, and I wanted to have it myself. Like I wanted to make it so I could have some. But yeah, if you ever get some, let me know what you think about it. Give me some feedback on it. The art looks badass. I'm glad you like the design. Like it was done by an artist that is one of the best around, and then colored by another artist that's one of the best around as well. And the design took a really long time to finish. It was probably the biggest investment in terms of art that I've ever like had a vision for, in terms of like getting it, like not even just on a shirt, but just in general, for even beyond any channel design thing. Just with how long it took and all the effort, but it was really cool though. Advice for a deathless run? So Varg, what I would try for the deathless run is either what I'm doing right now, like all this stuff that you're seeing right now, or using the Serpent Hunter. The thing that changes based on if you're going to do the Serpent Hunter is you're going to have to go to Volcano Manor. So you're probably going to want to not do Radahn, and you're going to want to do Rykard instead. If you don't like Rykard as much, you can do Radahn pretty easily with this setup, and then the character that you make that levels is going to have way more damage, so it's going to be a lot easier. But you could literally follow everything I'm doing right now if you watch this. And some of it's not even going to be relevant. Like, you don't need to do all of it, but a lot of this is going to help you.
What's your book? That bitch put you up to this, eh? Don't! I'll rip you to
A little sketchy because he almost punched me there, but yeah.
Why ain't it me? Why ain't it?
Why ain't it ever me? Also, wait, Wioka, I'm not sure if I said thank you for the Prime sub, dude. I'm so sorry if I didn't. Wioka, thank you so much, dude. You guys let me know if I'm going crazy or not, but I swear that the past handful of days we've been doing the YouTube and Twitch stream simultaneously because my alerts are in a different part of the screen, and chat doesn't actually have them as banners in the chat anymore. On my screen. I think I'm missing certain things sometimes.
So the world might be mended.
What's up?
Okay, what's the Deathbird doing over here? Ultra Fresh Bread, thank you for the 31 months. Welcome back, man. How's it going? It's not a bad spot. Nice. Quick Deathbird kill. Okay. I'll take that. This setup is so bad, 40 minutes. This is actually hilarious because it's even more than that, and this is the quickest I've ever done it, so this is almost like flawless with the pace.
Thank you, kind. Did I forget? I see you are very
So ironically, like your comment is not only like
brave.
even more funny because of how speedy it is, but this isn't even the whole setup. There's still more. Like we're not even started yet. Technically, Deathbird is dead, so it's the first segment, but yeah, there's still some more stuff. I am kind of afraid here. Yeah, we're off by a bit. I think I have to go over here. Oh, no, I don't. I'm wrong. Island's there. That dude's there. Octopus is there. Where is the ruin? I'm going to go back to the crab shack again, and I'm going to just see if I can make it daytime so it's easier to get through this part. Because I have a hard time seeing things. What's my time goal? I don't really have a time goal with this. I just want to be able to do it fluidly. But a good example of doing this quickly is like 2 hours, roughly. Like, that would be amazing. Easy, thank you for the good luck, man. How are you doing? Deep Knowledge. Ty Lopez is here. What's going on, Knowledge? No one I like better than knowledge. I like having 14 Lamborghinis in the Hollywood Hills with 5 bookshelves and 10,000 books. Have I completed this run before? I've completed a Hitless run with a leveled character, and I've done all Remembrances with a leveled character, which is like all the main bosses in the story. Never have I done level 1 Hitless, though. Was this actually the right way? It was. I think I actually was in the right place before, guys. I actually was. Yeah, that's the thing with the ritual pot over there. Damn. Okay, I was really close to just... I didn't even have to make it daytime. I kind of wish there was a way to pass time without being out of grace. That'd be nice. How's the run going so far? This is pretty damn good, man. I can't tell really how great it is yet, though. Like, I mean, there's got to be a lot of other stuff done before I'm really feeling it, but I mean, there's always the possibility of getting it. It's not like I'm doubting anything. It's more so just I want to do better than I did yesterday on certain parts that were a little sketchy. Like Golden Godfrey was a bit sketchy. I definitely want to kill him a little quicker and not panic on that. Gideon, I have to play smarter too, because he's super easy. I shouldn't really be screwing up Gideon. That was kind of funny that I did that. And then there's just like the usual stuff that has to be very specific. So other than that, I think we got it. I think it's fine. Have I seen Hobbs God run? I have, yeah. I've seen a lot of his runs before. Ever have your game crash where you're having a good run? It happens all the time. Game crashes wouldn't invalidate it. It would just be if it was a moment where it crashed inside a boss fight or as an enemy's about to hit me, then I'd reset it. But if it's just when I'm running through an area and it's not dangerous, then I would just continue. The crashes typically happen in like really weird ways where it doesn't usually ever fall on a moment that's dangerous. At least from what I've understood. Is the talisman that gives you a buff when the blood is on your weapon worth the setup? I don't know if that would be worth it, because there's no blood. There's no blood effect that would actually help with the iron balls. It would probably help with Starfist, though. I could see that being a cool thing. Depends on like what weapon you're using. Maybe even Rivers of Blood would be cool. I think I used that talisman with Rivers of Blood before. And then I did something else. Okay, from here, where are we going? Back to Ray Lucaria? Opinion on Bloodhound Fang? I love the Bloodhound Fang. That's another great weapon to use. I think it's also Somber Smithing Stone upgraded, so it's like you don't really need to stress too much about getting all the materials. It's a lot less to upgrade. Raphael, what's up, dude? How's Michelangelo and Donatello doing? Starfist or Balls and Deathless? It's up to you. I actually haven't tried Starfist enough to to know the benefits fully, but I will try them in the future. Like, I'm not super experienced on all the different weapons on this game. I've only played just over 600 hours, so might sound like a lot to somebody that like barely touched the game, but for someone that is doing challenge runs like this, a lot of the players are like thousands of hours, so I'm still behind by a lot. And I know a lot of chat that's hardcore on these games have way more than that, so I need to catch up right now. I haven't been playing it as much. Gonna do 1 HP, 1 stamina. I will do 1 HP, 1 stamina on this game and also on Dark Souls 3. There's a lot of stuff that's coming up for sure. But there's another run I was thinking of today, and I'm like, if I get this one, I'm very curious about that one, and that one would be really cool. Because I don't think anyone's ever done it. So I was like, I was trying to think, I'm like, what's a run that I think is amazing that no one's ever done on this game? There's a huge amount of people that have done things, so I'd have to double check and see, but I think no one's done it, and I don't want to say what it is because it's a surprise. I'm gonna figure out if I can do it, and then you're just gonna know the day I started. That's pretty much the plan. How does 1 stamina work? You wouldn't be able to sprint like consistently. You'd probably be able to sprint for like a second. The thing that's weird about it is in this game, you can roll 1 time with 1 stamina, but you can't roll it all in Dark Souls 1. So Dark Souls 1, I think, is the hardest for 1 HP, 1 stamina. Next to maybe Dark Souls 2. But even then, even Dark Souls 2 might allow you to still do all that stuff. Oh, you'd be able to sprint outside of combat. So that's really nice. Forgot the stamina doesn't drain, so you'd have infinite outside of the combat. First weapon I completed DS3 with. So I did SL1 for my first playthrough. I believe I used the broadsword or the Astora's sword. Probably was the Astora's sword. Oh, actually, wait, no. You can't use Astora's. I think it was, I'm pretty sure it was the broadsword. And then I had the club as well from starting off, but yeah, I think I learned broadsword was better. All hit run? If you want to see an all hit run, then you got to watch the 1 HP 1 stamina on Dark Souls 1. That was basically every single time I would get hit, I would die. It was the ultimate all hit run. I died over 400 and something times. It was pretty crazy. First playthrough SL1 is crazy. It was an agreement with me and like 3 or 4 other people, and then only 1 other person actually stuck with it, I believe. So there was a third person that stuck with it for half the game, but then she quit, and then me and this dude named Dammit Mike actually got it. I think his playthrough was 260 hours. Mine was about 220. And it was mainly just like a fun agreement because I'm like, you know, there's not going to be another Dark Souls game again, as far as they claim. They said that that trilogy's the end of it, and if Miyazaki, or sorry, if someone else wants to direct it in the future, they can, but he's never going to direct a sequel to that series again. He's going to make other games, and that's what happened so far. So I was thinking it's the best way to close off that chapter is just do something really stupid right away, and like suffer a lot on it, because you'll never be able to do that again. On that series. Maybe games like that, but like it's just the end of the series, right? And I'm really glad I did it. I don't regret it at all. I think it was really fun. Doesn't like sequels? Yeah, he's not a big fan of them, and I can see why. Whenever he makes an idea that's original, it's usually a big hit, but also, like, for someone that's that creative, I don't think it would be as fun to make a sequel, because then there's more creative constraints that you have to work within. Like, you're not actually able to be as flexible. With a new, like, fresh palette of things you could use, it's like you're always going to be able to make something completely different if you wanted to. And then if you choose to implement the things that works for the formula and that are this like similar or the same, then you can, but you don't have to though. That's the thing that they've done. They've chosen to, you know, replicate some things with the gameplay, but definitely like the themes and all that are way cooler each time they do a different one. Bigger Dark Souls or Bloodborne fan? Bloodborne is superior to all three of them for sure. And then Sekiro is superior to Bloodborne for me. Only by a little bit. And then this is still superior to all of those. So I would choose this over everything. But it's not necessarily just because it's new. It's mainly, it's like the idea that the story is like really, really well written in my opinion. I really like the story of this one. I like the open world. I like how they achieved like a huge scale game. And mechanically, it's like the best example of all of the things they've done that are RPG-like. So it's a big achievement in a lot of ways. But I think they could easily make a game better than this. Like, I can already see how they would do that. What setting would I like to see? I don't really have a preference for that. I think it's up to them. But, I mean, settings I haven't seen yet that'd be interesting would be more futuristic. Or, like, I guess dystopian would be a good word for that. Because I like dystopian. And then something that would be a lot more ancient than even this stuff. But the problem is, though, that no matter what, if you have a twist, you're probably going to include magic. So Sekiro was the only example that was, like, historically older, but still newer than, like, this stuff. I guess, I mean, like, it was based in a time period that actually happened. So it's kind of like Bloodborne was like that too, but it still had fantasy twists. Sekiro kind of, yeah, I guess it had fantasy twists too, for sure. But it only had one way of playing the game. So I think they're going to do a game that's kind of like the fidelity of Sekiro with more ways to actually, you know, customize the way you play it. But maybe still having a character creator, but maybe not though. Ever played The Surge? I tried to play the second one, but it wouldn't work on my computer. Oh, dude, Sever the Wicked Hand. Thank you for the raid, dude. I didn't see that. I appreciate it. Is there a reason for not collecting the maps? So I guess the best question I would ask you in return to that is, why would I need the maps? Like, what would I need to see on the map? If I already kind of know what I'm doing in third person, why would I need to see, like, the map filled in? Also, I kind of understand the idea of if you told me for this entire run, point out where this location is, like if you named a grace and I knew the name of it, I could probably tell you, like, roughly where it is without even seeing a map colored in, but mainly, again, because I'm looking at it so often when I'm doing this already, right? Like when I warp, I see those points on the naked map anyways. Play FromSoft games on Plat. What is that? How excited am I for the DLC, Loren? So the way that it works with me with things that have not happened yet, like, and it's been this way for a while now, like, it looks really cool. I think it's very exciting to see the trailer and everything and all that, but don't get me wrong, but I also don't remember sometimes it's even going to happen. Like, I actually don't think about it at all. If I had to count how many times the idea of the DLCs popped in my head in general since I've seen the trailer, it's probably, I can count it probably on one hand. And also, those times are literally only because I was talking with my editor about trying to get things done before it happens and planning out what we would do when the DLC launches. So I haven't even really had discussions about the DLC really that much, other than that one reaction video. So I don't really think about stuff like that coming out. I kind of just enjoy the present moment as much as I can. And when the thing comes out, then I'll be really excited because I'll be able to actually try it and react to it real time. But I don't have any fantasies in my head about anything when it comes to stuff coming up. I'm very logical in the sense that like anticipatory level, you know, fantasies and all that, they're kind of like not really helping me too much. So why would I waste my energy like thinking of those things, I guess? Which sounds really silly if you're just someone that gets extremely excited about things, but I used to be like that, and I realized it didn't do anything. It made things more complicated. Even if things turned out to be good, it was like just way more complicated. So I don't really put a lot of energy into thinking ahead of anything in general, other than like the logistics of, yep, this could happen, that could happen. If I do this, there's a likelihood of this. This is like a supposedly confirmed, but we'll see if it happens. Like, you know, that's kind of the best way to put it for me. It might also be because I always have so many goals and so many things coming up and so many things on the horizon at one time that if I put too much value into any of them, it might distract me from even doing the things that I have control over, and then the things that are on other people to deliver on, like then I would maybe get disappointed if they didn't deliver. So I don't have hard expectations of a lot of things in an unrealistic way until they actually happen. And I kind of just look at the process of all those things. But yes, I get very excited once the thing is there, for sure. Like I can very much so invest in it once it's there. For me though, I'll be honest, if the DLC got delayed another year, I wouldn't care at all. It would make no difference. It actually might even be a little relieving in some cases where it's like, oh, I have even more time to get all the things done I want to do. Right now, I don't think there's enough time to do all the things I want to do. Like some of them won't happen because the DLC already came out, and that's more important. So that's my particular fault though, like for not doing it sooner, but that's because I put time into other stuff, so I chose to do that. It was a willful thing, but it's like if it was even delayed, I wouldn't even care. And I said that even about this game. I'm like, they could release this game 2023 instead of 2022. It would make no difference to me. Like, it would be nice to live long enough to play it. So, like, that's the main thing. But otherwise, yeah, I don't care about anticipating stuff like that. Yeah, I gotta do that again. I screwed it up. It's okay, though. We at least reacted quick enough for it, but yeah, that's a big run back. I should have got the grace up there in case. Damn, dude. Tim, what's up? How's it going, dude? Do you know hopes there aren't garbage bosses and breath attacks? It's pretty funny. Yeah, I guess we'll see what happens, yeah. Just as Miyazaki intended. There we go. Yeah, better than running away. Like, me hopping behind the rock there probably saved my life. That was pretty good. Wait, there might not even be another grace over here that I know of, so maybe I was wrong. Unless... Oh, there might be one up there. Never seen him aggro before. I screwed it up, so that was my fault. I know completely what I did wrong there. I was trying to crouch, and then like I thought I had pushed the button for the character to be crouched, because you can still jog down the little slant on the rock there and then not get canceled out of it. If you run, you'll cancel it, because you drop a little bit, I guess. But I was moving standing up. That's the actual time I moved at wasn't a problem. It was mainly I was just moving standing up for some reason. Favorite boss in this game? Same as you, Ryzen. That's my favorite of the whole game. I hope that changes with the DLC, because that's typically the case. Like, every favorite boss in every game they've made, for me, is a DLC boss. As long as there is DLC. Without fail, there's never been a favorite I've had after DLC's come out where it's the main game still. You watched the 10-hour video where you analyzed DS3 Hitless with a friend to help you finish the Deathless run? Oh, nice, dude. I appreciate that. That guide, actually, Varga, or Varga Marcy, that's how you say that. That guide's actually pretty old, so if you want an even better updated one with less time to watch it and better analysis, like a little bit more concise commentary, if you type in !guide in the Twitch chat specifically, there'll be a link that'll have a video for every single, like there'll be links to every video I've made a guide on for all the games, and the one for DS3 that's updated is much better in my opinion. So I recommend that if you haven't seen that. But if it helped you already get it, then perfect. But yeah, in the future, if there's anyone you know, recommend them those guides. They might not be the most up-to-date now if someone's made one since then, but it's so much better, though. They're probably the best ones I've done. And I know a lot of people actually did watch the DS3 one at this point, so I really appreciate that. I didn't think it was actually going to be consumed that much, but I guess people referred to it. I think it seemed to be doing the best out of all of them. Okay, here we go. Perfect. Looking forward to the Elden Ring one. So the Elden Ring one's going to be coming up right after I do this. I'm going to use this run to speak about it. And I could actually even break down the all remembrances with a leveled character, but I think it would be kind of weird to use that one because the methods on it aren't as easy to pull off. Like they're kind of just silly methods I was being stubborn about and wanted to try. And I knew better, but I was like, nah, I'm going to do it the harder way because I like that idea. I don't think that's a great recommendation for other people, though. I like doing really silly stuff. I love making my life harder, so that is like a known thing. Perfect. Alphael reminds you of a royal place that's fallen. I think that's the idea. I'm pretty sure the whole, like the entire land has fallen. If all bosses were in a big death, who would you put your money on? All bosses from all the games? Wait, let me, I have to reread that. Yeah, all bosses from all the games. I would put my money on, I would put my money probably on Dragon God, because Dragon God is so big that it would be like the biggest actual entity in the entire series. Like it would be able to actually just eat some of the bosses. Like it could just pick them up and eat them. And it can only be contained by magic. So if it's uncontained by default, if it's not in the trap that it's in, then I think it would just step on everything and eat everything. So I think Dragon God would win from Demon Souls. Like it literally destroyed, like if you watch it in the cutscene, like it literally just like wipes it wipes out the like part of the castle. Like it's bigger than the castle. It can just like look over it and pick people up and just destroy them, dude. It's so big. I don't think anything could even like you can't even, we don't even know if you can do damage to it without those contraptions. Like that's, I don't even know how they trapped him, to be honest. Like that's a story in itself. All right, Margit is next. But I still need to go and do a couple more things. So we need level up the balls, kill War Master, and then Kalid or Margit. You like making your life harder? Cheese is draconic. Yeah, sometimes. Depends on what it is. I mean, like I like making it harder in like, if I'm into something and I know there's a better way to do it that's not as appealing to me, I won't do it the better way if I really enjoy the other way I'm doing it. I'll just stick with it. I'm very stubborn in that way. But like what happens from that sometimes, though, it's not all the time, but sometimes it's actually, it pays off even more. And then if it's something like this where I'm recording it and people get to see that for the rest of time or whatever amount of time YouTube exists, you're going to see a version of something that was a little bit different that's more exciting because it was just kind of silly and risky, right? But I made that risk like a skill-based thing where I practiced the risky part of it to make it consistent. Because there's people that like wonder, they'll be like, how do you even get away with that every time? And it's like, and they also play the game. Like they do these things, but they're like, why would you even try to do that? And it's like, because I've done it so many times, I can do it as good as you can do the thing that's easier. This is way more fun, you know? But I do agree it's stressful. So it's like, why still have a mathematical risk that's higher even if you are pretty good? It makes sense to not be that silly. Wait, gonna put on golden vow on this as well.
No matter.
Still didn't play Demon Souls, Amin, sorry. You definitely need to play Demon Souls if you can. If you can get a PS5 and play the newest one, especially. All right. So, War Master, I believe... Again, I just hit him normally. And then do all the other stuff.
What's wrong with you? I won't say it twice. Stop this.
Stop this. Stop it.
You are an enigma.
I don't know why, but it killed him that time.
The volcano manor awaits you.
You know, I almost want to say, this doesn't even make any sense, but when he was missing health by default when I was hitting him before, I was saying that that was the case, and people were like, no, I don't think he is. And I'm like, I've seen it enough times now where I swear he's missing health ahead of time. I almost want to guess that what's happening is he basically got attacked by an enemy in the area. But like that doesn't even make any sense, though, because I don't think enemies can attack him while he's standing there unless you aggroed him already, maybe. But something weird was happening where he would already have health missing, and then I would try to attack him exactly like I did there. But then he wouldn't die. Like, he'd still be alive after that attack. Now he's dying every time.
I've been waiting. I knew you. I hereby take my hand. I will pray.
Demons is real hard to you? Really hard? It can be really hard in the beginning, but then the curve of difficulty goes down significantly when it comes to the first, like, depending on the order of how you play things and like the upgrades and all that, kind of like we're doing this, right? If you set the character up really well, the curve goes down quite a bit, but then if you get magic in that game, it's not even a hard game with magic.
Will you join YX Rise with us?
Problem with getting magic,
The drawing room, but be sure.
you gotta rescue the guy from Tower of Latria, which sucks, I'm pretty sure. And
Draw, use the key.
there's like Urbane and Sage Freak, I believe. And to get them and to get their like higher spells, like you only turn in the previous boss soul you killed has the strongest spell to use it for the next one, right? So you have to make progression. I think Dragon God has one of the better ones. And then yeah, like it's heavily like magic in that game's nuts. It's probably the strongest. And then Clever Rat's Ring's 30% damage bonus, so you could use that as well. You can one-shot a lot of things. Anyways. So we did that. We need to go back to now get Assassin's Gambit from Roundtable. Wolfgang, thank you for the good luck, dude. Also, I got your email. What do you think about what I said? If you had a chance to read it, you can always just message me back and let me know what you think. But I'm just I wanted to know just because I have like 4 other people that contacted me, and I know you contacted me first, so I'd like to honor that you were the first person waiting for information on that, or like potentially wanting a plan. So if yeah, let me know what you think, and then I can make you the priority before everybody else, because a bunch of people messaged me all at the same time. It was like right after you did, just in case there's a bunch of them at, you know, simultaneously, because I can only really work on one person probably per day at this point, or every couple days maybe. All right. Got Bloody Slash, Gambit, Big Gamba, and then Nighttime. You're interested? Just need to save us the money? Oh, dude, no worries, no worries. You'll reach out when you're liquid. I love the lingo, dude. That's crazy. I'll reach out when I'm liquid. If someone didn't know what that meant in terms of finance and shit like that, you would be sounding like it's like Metal Gear Solid shit, dude. You sound like a special operative person or something like that. No worries, no worries. Yeah, whenever you like, it's always going to be a thing. So I'm glad that you even have the interest for changing your lifestyle, because that's the hardest thing. Like, the stuff that I help people with is not the hardest part. The hardest part is you making the commitment and the change and being serious about it to be open to do it, right? So that is like half the battle right there, or more than half the battle. And it only gets easier after that, in my opinion. Favorite weapon in Elden Ring? I like Malekith's Blackblade the most. Don't accept paintings in means of payment. If you painted me a picture that was like Picasso level, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, so Varg, what is your favorite weapon? Or I guess anybody in chat, what are your favorite weapons? You're probably going to name something I've never heard of before. Gabs, I'm doing good. How are you? Welcome. Bloodborne's music is so good. The menu theme for Bloodborne is fantastic. I love it. It's my favorite song in the entire series. Like, that lady singing, there is a live performance of it too, and I was like, it's like spine chilling every time I hear it. Moonlight, Bloodhound Claws. Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know there was. Oh no. I know about the claws. Sorry, no, I've seen them before. Lord Sorn Straight Sword. That's a mixtape and a half to say Lord Sorn Straight Sword. That is so much tongue twisting there. Why'd they make it that name? Helfin Steeple? Never heard of that before. Stealth Used, Run Voided. Uh-oh. Blasphemous is really cool. I like Blasphemous. It's a great one. Finger Jammer. Oh, sorry, Finger Hammer. Oh, wait. Finger Hammer is like the gigantic finger thing, right? On a stick? I think I've used that. Cross Naginata 2 times. Is that like a dual wield katana? Because I've seen that name, but I've never used that. Lord Sorn Queer Sword. Sounds very 2024. Greatsword Berserk all over the place. Just regular greatsword. Wait, I didn't even actually. Here we go. Royal Greatsword. That one, not familiar with that one. The club, there's no way you like the club the most. There's definitely better variations of the club too. There's like the giant club, I'm pretty sure still, and the spike club. Spear. Okay, if you like the spear knowledge, why is it your favorite? Is it because that you haven't found a weapon better than it, or is that actually like the regular spear is just your favorite for some particular reason? I'm curious. Because I don't want to not believe you guys when you say weapons like the club and the spear, but I want to know, like, out of all the choices, the fact there's other weapons like those that are even crazier. Reminds me of, I used to play 007 split screen with a friend when I was like literally like, I think we were 8 years old or something like that, maybe 9, on N64. And for some reason, I don't know why, but I like, this is the same kind of argument, so maybe I'm being a little bit cynical about it, I don't know. Or just like a little bit crazy, but I liked the pistol in 007. Like, I think it was The World's Not Enough, and then we did, I'm pretty sure we did GoldenEye as well sometimes. But I chose the pistol for split screen, and he would use a rocket launcher or a machine gun and kill me every time, but I was like, I love the pistol. And my way of thinking of it, the reason I love the pistol more than those guns wasn't because the gun was cooler, it was because I actually was trying to be realistic, in the sense that James Bond in real life probably would be using a pistol most of the time as an agent. That's how I thought about it. So I was trying to be like cosplaying James Bond, whereas he was like, I'm just gonna use the best weapon and kill you. And he would deny, he would be like, you don't like the pistol that much. No one does. Like, that's stupid. You'd have the same debate. Miklah's remembrance weapon is a twin blade. I thought you... Wait, is there 2 that you can make? Because she has a sword too, right? Bloodborne has better music in your eyes. Bloodborne's soundtrack is so thematically accurate to what's happening, I feel, that it almost makes it seem like if you watched a movie about it, like it would be like the Hans Zimmer level score of the movie. It would be like perfect for it. They got it so well that these other games, I feel like the you know, the Souls trilogy, this one particularly, they don't need to have a soundtrack so iconic that it makes you think that when you hear that sound, it has to be for that area or boss. They can go with a wider range of stuff, in my opinion, and get away with it. Sekiro is not like that. Sekiro had to be culturally accurate, so they did use sounds they've never used before, instruments they've never used, and they made it sound like a soundtrack for post-Edo Japan specifically. So like that was a really accurate one too. I really like the Sekiro soundtrack a lot. But because it's kind of biased in a direction that's like, you know, thematic to that, it just depends on what theme you like more. And I like Bloodborne theme more, so there's that. But yeah, all the Souls games, though, that are not Sekiro and Bloodborne, I feel like they didn't have to play it like in a way where it was curated for that theme. They could just make it general grand fantasy music and it would fit. But it still worked. Like a lot of them have really good soundtracks, some better than others. Spooky Boogie, thank you very much for the Prime sub, by the way. Welcome, dude. Stormhill Shack. I think we have to go to Margit now. Lords of the Fallen Hitless. So Easy Life, I'm gonna give you a little bit of a recap on Lords of the Fallen as of lately. So I made a joke, and it was funny because the timing on this was impeccable. I was like, you could not pay me money. Like it. I was like, basically the only way that I would play Lords of the Fallen ever again is you'd have to pay me a silly amount of money, and then I'd have to be allowed to say that I hate the game while I was playing it the whole time. Like, as many times as I wanted to. I'd be able to complain and just say it's garbage the whole time I'm playing it. And then, literally like a week later, someone messaged me, and they're like, do you want to do a sponsorship for Lords of the Fallen? And I was like, they're like, it's only 2 hours, and, you know, here's the money or whatever, here's the pay. And I was like, no. And they were a little surprised. I think they were because they were just like, oh, I thought you would really like it because they introduced a randomizer mode, kind of like the ones you've been doing on Dark Souls. And I was like, I literally don't like that game. I just told them I hate it. I was like, no. So like you would have to get just so silly with the details for me to even, if I did that run, it would be unrealistic terms that I would have to agree to, because I actually dislike it a lot. I tried it. I tried to give it a chance. And I think that for some people, I can totally understand the enjoyment with co-op, but if you want to play it by yourself, it's rough, man. It's very rough. Galaxy, I told you about that when it happened. Yeah, I literally got contacted by someone being like, you want to do a sponsor for Lord? So I could have, if this is the true test, like it's a Soulsborne game, or sorry, Souls-like game. I've played the game already before, so I know how to play it. I could make it look like a cool thing for 2 hours and pretend, but this is just exactly how genuine I am, where I turned down a pretty sizable amount of money for the sponsor because I just hate it. That's always how I'm going to be. Like in any case of any sponsor I've ever been offered, it proves when I said that I actually like Raid Shadow Legends that I was telling the truth. Because, dude, like, if you had to pick Raid Shadow Legends for a sponsor or Lords of the Fallen, what would you pick? Probably Lords of the Fallen if you like Souls games, right? I actually genuinely told people I love Lords of the Fallen, or sorry, I love Raid Shadow Legends for what it is. If I was like more into mobile games, I'd be playing the shit out of it. And I had fun playing it. And it was really funny too, because we could like kind of make fun of it, but there was no rules about, you know, you could say you didn't like it, they didn't care, but I actually liked it. And people, I don't know if people believed me when I actually did that sponsor. I think they thought maybe, oh yeah, it's just like a standard thing. You know, you're just taking it because it's a good opportunity, but I genuinely liked it. So that's where things stand, if you ever are curious. Oh wait, we need to lower the health. Ah. Almost didn't make a mistake this time before the fight. You think Elden Ring's music is mid because they don't have good tracks for when you're roaming? That's a hard one to fulfill. Because like, what is an example of a good track when you're roaming? I feel like that's such a abstract thing to achieve. Since like the whole goal with roaming music in these games, even Sekiro, it's ambient, right? So how do you make a banger that's ambient? You can, but it's like it's very hard to. I feel it's hard to appeal to everybody with that, in my opinion. Like I didn't mind the ambient music, that was me, but because I guess maybe I have some more forgiveness for like it's not gonna be over the top. Doesn't really need to be. Come on, dude, do something. Wow, he wasted a lot of time. Ooh, then he jumped. What's the goal with this run, Pazza? It's to beat the game level 1. So, you look at the character. I'm level 1, 10 on every level across the board, the base Wretch class, and then not getting attacked by an enemy. Complete the game every day. Well, I guess to be able to get better at this, I probably end up completing it at least, I would say like 1 to 2 times in the attempts to actually get no damage from enemies. All right. Yeah, you typically, like when you're practicing this stuff to try to actually get the run, you do end up completing it at least a handful of times, but it'd probably be even more than that, probably dozens if you're moving at a regular pace. We're moving at a very quick pace, though. Like I was saying, if I get this within a week, it would be insane, but it'd be amazing if I could. And I do believe it's possible, but yeah, we'll see. We're on day, what, 5 overall? 4 on YouTube, 5 on Twitch. Is he going to run? Yes. Oh, that's still not the attack. So I'm gonna have to do that again. What move did he do? Like the last time, he just lingered for a long time. I need him to do the jump. And I don't really want to do the fight any other way, because there's a guaranteed kill that you can get if you just get him to jump. Favorite game of all time? It would be this one. Oh, oops. Okay, let me do that again. Didn't know it was your favorite? It is my favorite, yeah. Since it came out, I think even before I finished the first playthrough, I was saying it's just so good. I couldn't see it not being my favorite. Bloodborne is the best. Bloodborne's very good too. When I like games more than other games, it's usually not by a lot. When it comes to these ones, when it comes to other games, maybe, but when it's Souls games, it's like it's not a huge margin of difference. I would say like Demon Souls to this game is a pretty big gap, but as you get up the list, like if I'm gonna compare this to Bloodborne or even Sekiro, it's not a huge gap. This I'm probably gonna have more hours in over time in the future because just it has more replayability. Is he gonna open the gate? Maybe I didn't do the right thing.
The guard, you'll slip. Of course, when you approach.
You should be able to do that and then chill here. How did I... Oh, there we go. I was like, how did I get that last time? You always thought Liurnia of the Lakes was a masterpiece off the soundtrack because of how well it mixes impossible beauty with the darkness of evil. That's some creative writing genius right there. Dude, you should do copywriting for the advertising on the Namco Bandai publishing stuff. Like when they're doing community management and shit, you should be the copywriter for them. Impossible beauty with unadulterated darkness. Mixed in this cascade of blooming genius. And the likes of the masterpiece composer Yuka Kitamura. And an ensemble of radiant glory. This game's a 9 out of 10. It's a 9.5 out of 10 for me. I want to put this back here and then have the balls switch for the torch. Here we go. What would make it a 10? No game can ever be a 10. Nothing in life can be a 10. Because we are in the world of duality and imperfection, there's no such thing as a 10 for anything. The concept of, well, I think like the ability to create things is a perfect 10. Like that's the only thing that allows us to have conception of things existing and to progress in any type of tangible format of life itself. But like creation's a 10 out of 10. But I think that yeah, things that we create as humans cannot be a perfect 10, and that's the whole point. So there's no such thing as a 10 for anything. Like the flaws is what makes it human, or an endeavor that was, you know, pursued by a human, essentially. But if you ask GameStop or whatever the hell, or sorry, GameSpot or IGN, they'll probably give you a 10.5. Wait till 2025 when like people don't pay attention to them anymore. They'll start giving games 10.5 to get some publicity. Let's see that. Just wait. Okay, wait. We need this here and then balls. Think we're going back to Godric now. Yeah, I believe. Wait, did I not get his? Oh, I didn't sit at the Grace. Gotta run back there. Oops. Yeah, the damage on that giant's kind of funny. Consider though, like I have a plus 12 weapon with 4 buffs going, and that guy's not even a late boss. He's pretty early in the game. Didn't IGN almost give perfect 10s? I think they have given 10s before, haven't they? Like there has been games that have been given a 10, as far as I know. They also do like fractional scores that are less than 0.5. It's like 9.7 something. Curious how I'll get through the castle. This part's actually really nice. The first bit it looks scary, but yeah, it's not too bad at all. I like the fact that Godric is now like a legit fight too, because I feel like he with the sleeping pot method that I was trying, even when it would work, like it's kind of nice to actually fight him, because I like Godric a lot. I actually enjoy fighting him, and it made, even though I was like kind of worried about switching the method after I'd already got a PB, I was like, you know what? I actually really like fighting him. Makes the run more fun. If the DLC's music and world design will surpass the main game, I'm not sure if you could compare it that way based on the size of it, because it's not going to be bigger than the main game, but I would love, like, if that's the case, if it actually still does stand out that much, similar to how the other DLCs have for the other games. They usually enhance the main game a lot, so they end up being the best part of it. And with it being as big as it actually is, like as big as Limgrave, supposedly, like that gives a lot more freedom for it to kind of feel like a game inside a game. So yeah, I'm curious. But even if it doesn't end up being overall better, I'm still just looking forward to it. I think it's going to be cool. Oh, he shot even when I was in the Gambit. That was swift. Okay, so that particularly that's never happened before. They've always shot, but they've never connected at the stairs like that because I've always moved really well. But that was also with having the Gambit on, and it wasn't like the only enemy active was the guy that doesn't have range. So I don't think it matters if I have Gambit on or not. I think they'll just shoot the bow anyway. So I have to keep moving there. Essentially, that's the best way to do it. Sekiro never getting DLC was a crime. It kind of did though. Like it got a free update that had a bunch of stuff in it. I would love for it to have like a bigger expansion for sure, like a legit expansion. That'd be nice, but for what they gave for free is pretty cool. Since they've never done that for anything as far as I know. I don't think they've ever given free stuff for any of the games. Oh,
Not unfit even to graft.
I went too wide on that, I guess. Oh man, I should have stayed tighter to him. I always go underneath the swing. That's the first time that's ever hit me. Shit, dude, that sucks. That is terrible. Okay, so I want to do that again to actually go over that though. That's the thing. I need to now change the way I do that because it worked every single time I've ever done it. I think the only time I've been hit by that is when I use a different method, when I basically dodged it. Like I was trying to aim to make him land and then dodge forward. So my actual approach, like my reaction time to it was fine. The amount of time I was running for was fine. I just went way too wide outside of where he was tracking me. So he was able to center in air since I wasn't tight to his body when I ran forward. And I think there's actually an easier direction to do on that, but the one I was doing worked every single time. So the end of that whole lineage of swift clockwise rotations. How'd that hit me? It was pretty basic. Like he was able to change the way that he was tracking me because I went far away from him and then decided to cut in tight when you have to be tight the whole time, but have like a certain pace to it. Like here, I'm gonna try something different. But we'll get him to do it again. I mean, it's unfortunate. Like I said, it is the first time it's happened. I can't really be upset about that, but it is a reason to change it, I guess. So we can go the other way. Could also dodge it too, but
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
I like the idea of punishing that last attack that we did. I gotta be closer. Yeah, the other way seems safer. So we're just gonna get him to do it a few times. Boom, pretend I attacked. Dodging it's still possible. I mean, like it's... The other direction and dodging seems safer. It's just because I haven't done it long enough. I'm wondering if there's still a problem with that, so I want to try it a few times and then I'll kill him. I think the run's still worth doing a 1 PB, but it's up to you guys. Do you guys want to see the rest of this run, or do you want me to just reset it and try again? Because either way, I'm going to do my absolute best to finish it strong. Because I'm going to do another one after this. Like, we still have a lot of time. This won't be the only one. But I will say if I do another one after this and that one doesn't work, it would have to fail within the first half for me to do a third run. That's the only case. Reset in your opinion? Okay, I'll reset them. Curious how I start the game. Yeah, I really want to get it today. Like, today's got to be the day, man. That's the plan. I run on Torrent for a very long time. I have to do a lot of travel and open up a lot of the map in the beginning, for sure. Yeah, that does seem like the call, man. The counterclockwise rotation was the answer. Clockwise was never the play, but I always got it for some reason. And I kind of knew it looked weird, but because it would go over my head, that was the... But that's like still in line with the character. If I do it that way, it doesn't... Even if I'm like weird with it, it misses the actual space that I'm existing in completely. It doesn't even go near me. So I'd have to not roll and then walk right into it from it finishing. Whereas if it's over my head, I could just clip my head. Okay, I want to punish it again, and then we'll continue the fight. That was the other way. That was with rolling still. With rolling, either way seems good. That's right, hobble on over. Ah, it's a bad attack.
Didst thou witness?
Bad attack. I mean, normally he'd already be dead by then, so it's fine, but... okay, we'll reset. Let's do it. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna make coffee, so I'm super focused. Even though I kind of was on that one anyways, but... if you guys haven't seen the YouTube channels, there's 3 of them. I actually just uploaded the very first run I ever did of this, my first attempt at this, if you want to see the 12 PB, when I was kind of still like learning stuff, on the second channel. And then on the music channel, I just uploaded another drum cover. I actually had forgotten I recorded 3 videos ahead of time for that. So I did Helena by My Chemical Romance on drums. I really like that song. It's a really fun one to do. Added a little bit of double bass and stuff like that to it. So yeah, that's on there as of today. There's a bunch of other covers on drums and guitar and combinations of both, interpretations of music that doesn't even have drums, but a lot of drumming mainly, and some other stuff with guitar and all that. Main channel has edits on it of the runs that you might have already seen me do on here, but just kind of like spiced up a little bit. Guides, commentaries, or like I guess documentary kind of style stuff. And yeah, thank you so much for watching so far, guys. I'll be back in literally 5 minutes. Dreamcatcher, thank you for the Prime sub, dude. I appreciate that. Welcome. Hope you're having a good day as well. And also, again, if you guys want to achieve a goal and you've been looking for help with fitness or nutrition, preferably both, because that's what I do mainly. I do make plans for people, and it's kind of specialized to your lifestyle. So I would sit down with you. I'd gather all the information I can, make something that fits your lifestyle, with down to like the most specific detail, because you know how detailed I am with stuff. And then I would explain it to you on a second call, showing you exactly, you know, what the process is with it, what the thought process is, so I know you understand everything. And then I have open communication where you can message me on Discord whenever to ask questions beyond that, or as long as you want, it doesn't matter. And also just to make sure that you let me know that you hit your goal. It's a one-time fee. I think it's the cheapest service that exists on the internet that has that much like actual involvement that I know of. But either way, even aside from that, it's a lot of value that I'm trying to provide people from what I've learned over the course of years. And I do have experience before even doing this, working with people in person. So if you have interest in that, hit me up on my business email, or if you have any questions. And you can also DM me on any platform about that stuff. And I'll be right back. Let me find some music. Where's the music thing? I had a music tab open. It's not open now. Okay, pretend there's music. Until there actually is music. All right, I'll be right back. Silent Night going hard? Damn. Oh, sorry, it's Oh Holy Night Lo-Fi is what it says. Perfect timing with the song, too. All right, no more music. Let's go. Let's do this again. Not even practicing, just going right back into it. The Hulk is fired. No one will ever eat broccoli again. Jolly Green Giant's a phony. And I don't even know what else to say that's controversial, but yeah. Oh yeah, birds are robots. Government-controlled robots. Oh, the mic just screwed up. Oh wait, no it didn't. My headphones did. There we go. That was kind of freaky, actually. I was like, did the mic break completely? The thing I usually do to fix it didn't work. Okay, we're going to do this guy, but we're going to make him blue. I think that might help. Wait, how do you do color for that? Oh, there we go. Audio became crunchy momentarily, probably just because I adjusted the XLR cable. That's usually what I have to do to make it work. Also, again, I want to make sure that I'm reading everything. If I'm repeating myself, you're just going to get thanked twice and you're going to have to deal with it. But Coffee Junkie, thank you for the 9 months again. And Dreamcatcher, thank you for the Prime sub. I didn't say thank you. Can't believe you trusted the birds. I still trust them anyways. I don't really care, man. They're pretty cool. It's all good. Kratos time. Oh, you know what? Actually, you asked me if I ever made Kratos, and I think I said I didn't, but I tried to one time. I might have to actually do Kratos. If this run doesn't work right here, Kratos will be the final run for the day. Unless I literally fail right away, but yeah. That's probably not going to happen, though. Who's the best drummer, and why is it Thomas Hack? You might be right. Who knows? It's a very good question, though, I guess. What is the best even mean? Went to Eton, now new run, Varga. Yeah, unfortunately, what happened was on Godric, there was an attack I was dodging, and it wasn't the best way to do it, but it was consistent for me up until today. And yeah, just a simple change on that, fix that. I think there's still a modification. I could do it the same way as I was doing it, but roll at the end. But I'm going to rotate around this way instead of this way. Oh, wait 1 second. Got to pop the rune too. Which attack? It's the one where he does the wind thing around him. He makes like the wind tunnel. And then he rolls and jumps. So on that jump, I would go around clockwise, but I think it's smarter to do counterclockwise. Actually, Galaxy was even telling me yesterday that dodging it on the right is better. And I saw that and I was like, that's what made me think of doing it the other way. I'm like, maybe it's not just smart enough to roll. I probably should try to change the direction. Rotating clockwise has been your best. Counterclockwise, yeah, sorry. Necrophagus has some of the best drummers ever. Don't know where they get these people. Probably they have a farm that grows the drummers. That is maybe the funniest thing I've ever heard. At least today. They're growing them. It's like it's like the Hitman movie where they have the kids that have the barcodes on their head and they're all just becoming hitmen. They're being trained for the future. They just take these children that have never grown up in regular society, and right when they wake up, they just have to take the sticks and do blast beats for like 1 hour straight. And then the instructor comes in, or I guess like we'll call it the groove father. The groove father comes in. He's just like, not enough heavy metal. And like someone's listening to jazz, they're just like, no, blast beats only. And he's like, was that literally not heel toe? He's like, did you just do regular single stroke technique? He's like, heel toe only 300 BPM minimum. He's like, are you using triggers? Pff, abomination. No triggers. Broke a stick, play with your hands. You have 2 other YouTube channels? Yeah, so I have 3, technically 4 channels if you include this one. One is music related for, yeah, just playing music, doing covers and stuff like that. Trying to scale my ability of playing music and show you guys. And then the other one is a second gaming channel next to the one that's based on this kind of stuff.
Then summon me. I bequeath.
So one thing I can actually recommend, if you guys want to see a lot of long runs that are not edited, and you like to just have them on in the background, the second channel for gaming will probably be your best friend there. Because I'm not going to have as many long videos on the main channel going forward that are like, you know, 6 to 12 hours long or something. Maybe the odd run that's a few hours, but it'll be mostly stuff that's edited to about an hour or less. And I know a lot of people originally were like, oh, like I really like the old videos. And it's like, well, they still exist. It's just, you just have to watch the second channel now. And the main reason for that, at least with doing the gaming stuff in 2 separate ways, is that the algorithm helps people find stuff based on a lot of different metrics, and time of the video is one of them. So if I want to do edited content, it gets kind of confusing to do really long videos and short ones as well. So I want to just kind of focus on one each. But yeah, if you want the links to the channels, !socials in chat. And the goal is basically to get the second channel this year to the point where the original one was way back, where we were just doing a lot of runs that were fun like this. And you see the whole thing. But anytime I do a run that's hitless, I will promise you the whole thing will be on the main channel. Until that becomes a problem, I still want to put entire hitless runs on the main channel. With the exception of I might edit the Dark Souls 2 hitless run and then put the other one on the second one when I do the all content for that. I just have to debate how long it is, because I could do it in 5 hours, but it could also take 10, so we'll see. Arch Thrones is so good, you're addicted. I'm excited to play Arch Thrones, actually. Also, Nuke, I haven't seen you in a year. Nice beard, thanks, man. Yeah, I might have a bit more hair. It's been a year. It could be the case that like the longer the hair goes, the more the chance there is to get this. Because again, day 5, a PB of 2. That's pretty good for this. I had a PB of 2, I think, on day 3 as well. So, or was it? No, it was on day 2. What am I talking about? Oh wait, he still dropped something else, didn't he? No, he didn't, damn it. We didn't get his helmet. It's alright. Looking well, though? Looking healthy, Davey? I appreciate it, dude. Yeah, that's the goal. Very much so focused on just being healthy, physically, mentally, and then strong as well, so. Definitely, I feel the best I have in my life. I will say, it's actually, it's shockingly scary to think back when I was even a teenager and think I feel better than that. Like that's freaky in my opinion, because some people like live a life where I've heard the comment where it's like, oh man, like those years were the best years. It's like, no, not even close. Like those years were terrible. Maybe for you. Then if that was the case, then maybe there's something I'm missing, but I kind of believe in like things can only continue to keep getting better until maybe the next like 10, 15 years. Then there'll be like a bit of a backtrack, a tiny bit, but if I do enough work, I think I can continue to keep feeling better until like maybe 40 or something like that. Maybe even older than that, who knows?
Are you here as a customer?
But we'll see. We'll see where the diminishing returns of min-maxing life tapers off. Thoughts on No Rest for the Wicked? I haven't actually seen it, but I heard about it before. The long runs and world records were your favorite sleep aid? You go to the sleep clinic, they're like, so what have you been doing to fall asleep? It's like, well, I actually made this consultation before I discovered the world records and hitless runs, so now I'm fine. I actually came here to cancel them. They're like, what the hell is that? And then you just put it on and the people at the clinic get knocked out on the spot. It's like you threw a sleep pod at them or something like that. They fall on the floor. And I'm like, that's why my watch time's so long. People are getting knocked out right away. Like it's just an immediate the immediate unconsciousness. It's like the people in chat were bots. They weren't even real. It was only the people watching the YouTube. How old am I, Pazza? I'm 29 at the moment. But yeah, I don't feel 29 though. I don't even know what feeling 29 is actually supposed to be. So maybe me saying that doesn't make any sense. I probably actually feel like I should, but people that are my age right now that I know, they're having a lot more problems than, I think majority of the people I know are having a lot more problems than I've experienced yet. So, but again, you got to stay in movement, stay somewhat flexible, mobile, strong, mentally sharp, and then just, yeah, keep scaling all those things, and eat really good too, I guess. How do you think the run will go? How long will it be? It'll be today. I'm guessing 2.5 hours or less if I play really well. But I'm gonna try to do it even quicker than I did on the last one right now. The thing that only delays this is mainly me forgetting where to go, or like if I have to reset something. For example, Draconic Tree Sentinel, I screwed up the first time. If I have to do that twice, then that's gonna waste an extra 5 minutes probably. And then Fire Giant's gonna waste an extra 5 minutes, maybe. Morgott could waste like 10 minutes just by himself if I have to reset him a bunch of times. Edgy Sad Boy, welcome back, dude. Good to see you. Have I seen the goofy new Souls like where you play as a crab? So actually, I have that game. I was given a code for it today. So if you guys want to see some crab souls, maybe we can celebrate with that when I beat this after Archthrones. I don't know if I'm going to beat it, but I do want to try it, though. I'm very curious. I think it'd be funny to just see what they did. But yeah, I'll download it after this is done. When you turn 29, your bones start to snap, crackle, and pop like Rice Krispies, goddamn. Yeah, that's something I have not experienced. Well, actually, maybe I'm lying there. So I had a bad shoulder. Not as bad as some people's, but I had a bad shoulder. It would click a little bit, and then I had a bad knee, and then it became 2 bad knees, enough where they would have like it was a subtle pain, and then it would be like a little bit more of like an actual pain in one of them. Especially when I was trying to squat with you know, a decent amount of weight, and I wasn't doing the right type of stuff outside of that. And then also, again, like little things would happen where even recent, like not super recently, but back when I was skateboarding, I screwed my toe up a lot, like really badly. It's like almost kind of more sideways than it should have been. It healed really weird. And it had this ache in it that was like, it made it hard to walk. Like I would still walk, but I had to like really take my mind off of it. And it was really hard to not distract myself, or to distract myself from the pain when I was walking sometimes. But I still would do it. And then, yeah, it would become kind of a problem. That hasn't happened for a long time since I changed a lot of habits. So that pain's gone completely. There's been no problems with mobility, any kind of joints. I don't have pain for anything in general. Like,
Forgive me. To determine if you had, it seems torrent, whereas I'm in. There is, but I can take gathering place.
but then again, though, I also understand how like the body can heal faster and stuff. Like what can stifle it, and how important your nervous system is in terms of strengthening it as well. So. But yeah, no, I honestly, if you have like the Rice Krispie joints, I wish you the best. And if you need any advice, let me know if there's something I can help with. Feel worse every year, but also less anxious. You're going to be completely blissful soon. That's an interesting statement. So you feel worse, but you feel better at the same time. I'm assuming like you mean physically worse, but mentally better.
Well, it's been an eight. How can I?
Okay, we're gonna get this, and this.
Nervous?
And then we're protected. Is this a Beast cosplay? It kind of is like the Beast from X-Men. Work on mobility. You dislocated your shoulder about 10 years ago, and mobility work is what saved me. So I do yoga, and that's my mobility. I do other things too. I mean, I have dynamic stretches that I'll do very frequently. And I do movements in full ranges of motion when I lift for almost everything. So I don't actually shortchange, like, you know, the ability of depth and stretch and all this different stuff that I can do. I also do like maximum depth that I can get with any kind of leg movements now for my knees and for my ankles. And I've noticed even my ankles have more flexibility. My knees feel amazing. And yeah, just like even with stuff that has load on it, I do try to go through like a very particular range of motion. And I know that there's no need to sometimes, but it helps with just testing the limits of those things, seeing how strong they are, and then also even adding some more strength to those places. Skateboarding's weird if you don't have pain anywhere. Yeah, I was falling off the board and like falling on the ground, taking tumbles, credit carding myself, getting clacked in the ankles almost all the time because I was trying to build up all the tricks that I used to have and then even go beyond that. And it was good. It was good. I actually got some better tricks down than I actually had before. And then like I learned how to skate round bars too, which I was always kind of afraid of. I'm a very good ledge skater, and flat bars are okay, but round bars scared the shit out of me, and I conquered that one. So that was cool. Not the credit card. Credit card's like just inevitable. You got to have a credit card to... That's like your rite of passage as a skateboarder. If you don't have that, or you haven't fallen like down a rail and credit carded with the rail, that one's worse sometimes, but just either or, it makes you a true soldier on the board. Your standard of like what you're afraid of goes down a little bit, right? Knees over toes guy workouts, eliminate any joint pain you had. Yeah, so he has a lot of really cool stuff. There was someone at my gym that it was like a friend's friend that just randomly would talk to me sometimes if I would see them. And I remember she was saying that her shoulder was kind of screwed up and she did physio and stuff, but she's like, yeah, I was kind of slacking on the exercises, but I was doing the ones that you were talking about because I was mentioning some of them. And I was saying that like you shouldn't just do those by themselves, but you should take that guy's advice, the knees over toes guy's advice, and you should add weight to it so you can like strengthen your rotators, for example. Like don't just use like mobility for it, but actually add weight to it too, like as if you're lifting. Don't do a crazy amount of weight, but add load to it because you can actually make it stronger. And then you won't have as big of an issue in the future. Also, again, things like collagen to build back the areas too is pretty good. And obviously general healthy practices of the way you live, but credit carding is where the board hits you in the nuts vertically and you land on it. And then I would say a credit card would count as like going on a rail, doing a grind, the board slips off the rail, and then you essentially hit yourself in the nuts off the railing with your body weight. But if you do street skating and you do a lot of flat ground, particularly like flip tricks and stuff like that, or, you know, stalls, different types of, like maybe some Rodney Mullen type shit, whatever the hell it is, even manuals and stuff, like you definitely can get into situations where the vertical credit card with the board happens. The worst variation is when your board is not actually brand new and you have razor tail, and so it's sharp. That is the most painful credit card. And it's pretty typical to have razor tail if you're about to get a new board, you haven't got one yet, and you're not sponsored or have a crazy amount of money, you probably have razor tail to a degree. So can you rate credit carding at a 10 for pain? Depends on the person and depends on how it happens. It's one of those things where there's a varying scale, but it just happens pretty often if you're doing certain tricks, especially inward heel flips, hard flips, or any kind of trick that the board actually rotates on a vertical axis as well. Even if maybe like your pop shove-its are really weird, maybe you like do a really strange type of movement, but hard flips and inward heels, 360 flips and laser flips as well. Typically, there's a chance depending on the scoop, the angle of your scoop. But yeah, they would happen to me when I was going over the hard flip and inward heel quite a bit. Mullen is a veteran. Mullen is my favorite skater, personally. I think he did a lot for the sport. I mean, technically, he doesn't take a lot of credit for it, but he did a lot, though. Did I skip over the ruin? Oh, no, it's right here. I can hear the snoring. Learning kick and heel flips when you're a noob. Oh yeah, when you do the rocket kick flips. The rocket ones, or like you do the heel flip where your front foot kicks so hard the tail comes back up vertically. That one, or the rocket kick flip, is pretty notorious too. You're almost doing like a dolphin flip with the heel flip motion. After a few years of horse riding, credit carding is not that bad. Okay, so that's the trick then. Just do horseback riding and you're good. Is that maybe the case why a lot of women do horseback riding? Because they're protected from the credit carding a little more than normal? Is that... Did we just find a loophole? And is there a chance that you could retire into horseback riding if you maybe just also conveniently wanted to get surgery to not have kids, but just went more aggressive with it? How do you even fight the big bears in this game? I am not the best person to tell you that because I barely fight them. The one that's in, what's it called? I think it's in Nokron, the Eternal City. That one I killed. There's one, or it was either Nokron or one in the capital or whatever. There's a double rune bear fight, essentially. I remember I did that one, and it's kind of like you run around them, and then you can get behind them for a second, but then they'll do a lot of stuff to just screw you over. So you have to be very careful. I don't know any like really good tricks to fight them, and there's no big openings as far as I know. You might even have a better time doing range on it. His sister crew kind of invented skating? Really? Like, do you mean skating the way it's recognized now, or they actually pioneered the idea in the first place? Because I know that they did a lot of the stuff that they were doing on like the cruiser boards, Flatland and everything, like evolved into street skating eventually, but it was very different than like pool skating, obviously, which I don't know if it was adjacent. I think that pool skating developed after that timeline. All right. So we got the bow. Skateboarding jacked your knees when you turn 30. Been on the grind to get back. If you ever have any clips that you can throw in the Discord or even just share with me of your progress, I would love to see it. But that's cool though. Like I respect the people that get back into it. The only reason I'm not doing it right now is because, again, like I said, if I fall and I screw up my hands and my ankles, I can't play drums for a presumably sizable amount of time, and that I can't afford that right now because the goal is to go really hard on them. So next year I might do some more of it again. And I said I'd at least snowboard still, because snowboarding I don't fall as often, and even when I do fall, like, you can take bigger falls and not get as hurt. It's kind of like this weird threshold where you either get really hurt or you don't get hurt at all. And sometimes it looks exactly the same, like you don't even necessarily see a difference in how you fall. It's just something really weird happens, but you can afford to fall from a greater height or tumble for longer and not get hurt on a snowboard. So I'm still gonna do that, but it's also less of the year too. And then skating might come back in 2025. Didn't know you snowboard. Snowboarding is really, really fun. I think if I had to quit skateboarding for good, which I kind of consider that I already don't really do it that hardcore anyways, snowboarding would be a lifetime. Like, I'll do that until I'm too old to be able to do it, or like my body doesn't want to do it anymore. It's kind of like a necessity. And I do want to pick up skiing next season for at least a long enough time to learn it sufficiently as well. Because I've not tried that, and I feel like to have a good opinion on anything to do with that kind of stuff, you have to do both. You can't just, like, you know, sit there making comments without actually doing it. So I'm gonna do that too. Because my one buddy, he's a really good snowboarder, but he also was a skier too. So I'm sure he'll teach me some stuff. And if not, I'll learn, I'll pick it up. Skiing lets you go faster? Yes. Yeah, you can go quicker on skis for sure. Tips for falling: slam your hand into the ground as you fall. Oh, you mean like if you're like tumbling and you need to slow down or something? You still go on crazy scary hikes? I haven't gone on like an actual really scary hike since I was younger. Like the ones I told you guys about where I could actually have like broken bones guaranteed or like maybe even died. That was when I was a teenager. But I go on like I would say like what real hikes would be here and there. It's just hard to tell because like when I go to, for example, when I went to the mountains out west, the hikes out there were way more hardcore. You know, you go for like 2.5 hours, 3 hours minimum, and you get lost sometimes, and there's a lot of crazy stuff going on. But it's still not really that, like I wouldn't consider that hardcore. That's just normal. I would enjoy being in the mountains like all day, basically. If I was gonna have a day, maybe once every 2 weeks, once a month, I would want to go and just be there from when it's like bright out till like it's starting to get dark, and like maybe bring food, have one meal out there, and then walk all the way back. That's normal because I used to go to camp when I was a kid, and we would literally be hiking like almost all day sometimes. So depends on, I guess, what you consider hardcore. I know for some people, like just the forest in general, like going up hills that are pretty steep and like being able to fall and like hurt yourself is just not normal. But I'd imagine around here, like for a lot of people, like that's just like a basic thing. That's not really that big of a deal. I like doing a lot of the trails that are not actually trails you're allowed to go on though. So if there's caution tape or anything, or it's like, don't go here, I'm gonna do it. Like every time. It's unless it's actually impossible, like it's more enticing to do those kind of routes that are you're not supposed to at the moment, or it's not actually even a trail. I probably shouldn't have jumped out of there. I think I could have warped. Country or city? I can do either. It doesn't really matter. If it comes down to like, let's say I have to live somewhere permanently, I would want access to like a area that has close proximity to cityscape, if that makes sense. Like somewhat close proximity, but then also is a little bit isolated as well. Like in between. Just realistically, especially if I'm still like integrated into society, if like I had the choice, the resources to not be integrated anymore, like I could literally just do like anything, there was the flexibility to do anything I wanted to, then maybe I'd lean more towards the isolation kind of stuff. But it's hard to say though, because I feel like a lot of fulfillment is still in, you know, being able to do things that you're passionate about, but then also involve other people as a part of that, whether it's like you're working with them and collaborating, whether like they're required as a feedback loop for whatever the thing is. Like if for example, when people like do their jobs, there's very few jobs I know that exist where you're by yourself the whole time, and there's no one that interacts with you other than maybe like once in a while, like maybe doing like farming or something like that, or cultivating certain things in nature. But most things, it's like teams of people at some point. And yeah, I mean, like think of it this way. Let's say I could do something online, but then I didn't actually need to ever see people that often, but it was still just as flexible as being in a city, with the downside that I can't network in person. That would probably be like the ultimate win in the end. Like if I could be like isolated, remote, still have internet, use that to like, you know, do work somehow, even if it's not this, and then just like still be like that's pretty crazy. But I feel like that's almost not really completely out of like, you know, that world. It's like still two worlds, right? Starlink is your friend. Probably not good enough for streaming though. I bet by the time that any of that would even be a potential thing, which it's not even guaranteed, but if that was even a possibility, Starlink would probably be good enough. But that's just me like randomly just brainstorming stuff. I think that I'm fine with either, but there is a cost to being in an environment that is not natural, that's like extremely manufactured, and with a high flow of people that have different types of emotional states and, you know, mentalities and all these different things. It does have an effect on you for sure. Oh my god. Wait, why are we over here? I need to go over on this side. Spooky. Super spooky. Oh my god, dude. I don't like any of that. That was so bad, guys. So this is the one run where I made the mistake that I used to make, where I would go too far to the left side. I was trying to go to the Bloodhound Everjail, and then it's over here though. Yeah, that was not supposed to happen. I'm not usually going over there. You're a city person, but you moved to the country. What do you think about the comparison? Alzman, what's going on, dude? Welcome back. Got the video over to me? Nice, dude. Nice. How's everything going with you so far? How's your day going? And thank you for recording that too. I really appreciate it. I know that not everybody's going to want to do like a video clip for feedback on that, but it makes a crazy big difference. And yeah, like it's huge. Like there'll be a lot of people that'll enjoy that, I think. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. This is day 5 of trying to get Hitless on level 1 Elden Ring. So I'm trying to make it the last day. I said 1 week would be incredible, but I want to do it in 5 days. If I need you to change anything, let me know. I don't have like a preference really other than just you giving feedback. So whatever you thought, like whatever your experience was, is probably the best thing to capture. Since I can't tell you your experience, I can only listen to what you have to say. If it was like 2 seconds and you're like, yeah, it was good, see ya, bye, then that's not really helpful. That makes no sense, but I'm sure you probably mentioned a couple things at least, so that's good. And I mean, like, it being more brief is not a problem at all, just because there's so many people I have testimonials for now that not all of them are recorded or videos, some of them are written, but there is a decent amount of videos and recordings, so it's going to be nice to package it into like maybe like a 2-minute thing, 3-minute thing, maybe even shorter. I might even edit some stuff out anyways, so it's just mainly to kind of promote what I'm doing when the website's done. All right. Let's go to Stormhill, and then we're getting Liurnia. Visit family in Pennsylvania. Is that the right abbreviation? Like, let's go out, and they tell you everything's closed, and it boggles your mind. At 9 p.m., let's go out, yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, I guess for me, with the way that I can operate, I can do things that are, like, very opposite of what I typically do very easily, but then I also, like, with the way I normally do things, like, you even just saying, let's go out at 9 p.m., the only thing I would go to do at 9 p.m. is to go, like, exercise at a gym, or I would still just go for a walk at nighttime or something like that. It would be basically... There's nothing that I can think of that I would just in my own nature be like, let's go do something on any single given day that late. But I'd either already be out from earlier than that time typically, or again, it would just be to do like those kind of things. So in terms of activities or places or whatever, like I wouldn't usually start a thing that late. It would be more rare. So maybe I could deal with things like that being closed often. Or maybe again, just being very remote. I don't know. But then again, if someone was like, "Yo, let's go do some crazy shit like at this time or whatever," or just whatever experience and I've never done it, or I'm always willing to try stuff. So nighttime gym's best when it's not a lot of people. Yeah, so for me, I like the daytime gym a lot. Like morning gym is really enjoyable. But the thing that it makes it difficult is that if I want to get a lot of other things done that are productive pretty early, and then, you know, have some time later, then I'm going to be a bit more fatigued for those things. But then also on top of that, no matter what time I seemed to have gone, I've gone at all different times of the day to like actual public gyms. And the machine, like there's always a case where there's someone, you have to wait for a machine or something like that. Something's always taken at some point, at some level in the workout. And that doesn't bother me too much, but I hate having to wait and plan things differently because other people, I'd rather just do it the way I want to. So the nighttime stuff, it's almost guaranteed no one's going to be using something you're using. It's like I've rarely ever had that be the case. And then I'm lucky enough to have like a setup here, so that's been super time saving lately. But just yeah, when I go to the actual one, it's so nice to not have to have people off it. I don't actually care how many people are in the facility. It's more so just if they had enough equipment for everybody. Because I've been to way bigger gyms where like it's super packed, like lots of people, but no one has to wait because they have so many copies of each thing. What's the name of your, if you don't mind me asking? The name of your? The character? Is that what you mean? Papa Smurf killed Homer Simpson in Hendrick Castle. Are insurance companies in North America as bad as they presented on the internet? Insurance companies are pretty sketchy, I'll be honest. There's some things that might have done. I'm not going to actually tell you which ones they are and what they did, but there's things that they've done that I don't think are actually smart as a company because of the liability on them, even in some cases, just for money specifically. Where like me as their client, like I've had things where I've had to like do certain stuff like as a requirement as their client, right, to provide certain information, whatever. And like I've just, you know, maybe got caught up in things, didn't provide the information right away, and they've given me permissions or like done things where I don't think you should be allowed to do that without having certain information, just because they want the money. So insurance companies, I don't know. I've never met one, or I've never like talked with one that's like not a little sketchy, but that's just me. Oh, the name of my gym? I probably wouldn't share that, to be honest. I have 2 different gyms, but yeah, I don't share any of those things. You never know. You're gonna have to find me with a tube sticking out of the sand or something so I can breathe. That's a quote from something from like early YouTube. Still one of the best videos. I probably can't actually share the name of the video or show you what else the guy says because it's a lot of stuff that would not be allowed to be said these days. But the best line he has, he's just like, they're gonna have to find me under some sand or something with a tube sticking out so I can breathe. Yeah. I don't share like too many particular details at that level.
Could I ask that thug only if you've
It'd be different if I was like a fitness influencer and I wanted you guys to like come say hi or something like that. Like if I did something that was more public, it would be better. But just I've had a lot of weird people in my life before that are not invited in there that have just figured out ways to like. I mean, like it's not as bad as some people I know. But yeah, there's been some weird stuff, and I have gotten I've had weird things happen before. So yeah. I'd rather just keep it as like a thing where you're gonna have to figure that out. Insurance law is where dead law dreams go to rest. The name of the video? I can't even remember the name of the video. I'd have to actually search that line probably to find it. But if I found the video, I wouldn't share it with you guys because it's like the guy says some crazy stuff. He's not like saying anything that's offensive to anybody, in my opinion. Like if you were offended, it would be because you're like maybe you're a bit more sensitive to the vocabulary. But he's not like actually saying anything that's like hateful or anything. It's more so just like some of the words are not okay to be said on this platform. But it's really funny though. Kind of like stand-up comedy. I can't put just like, you know, like I couldn't put necessarily Dave Chappelle on right now and let you guys watch it. I'd probably get in trouble, even though you probably are familiar with Dave Chappelle. It'd be a little worse than that, I would say. What church do I go to? I don't go to church. Church of the what's it called? Trying to think of the word. What's the Spanish word for like an individual? Church America, yeah. What is it? How do you say individual in Spanish? It's actually just individual. It's the same. Wow. Okay, that's kind of lame. I thought it was gonna be cool. Dude, I just realized he says the B word. I always wondered. I thought I heard him swearing, but I never looked at the subtitles. The guy actually swears. I didn't know they had swearing in this game. That's crazy. Wow. He swears more than I do. Every single run, he says the B word. I wonder if that would get me in trouble on YouTube. Imagine that's the thing. They get back down to like saying, oh yeah, limited advertising. You got to turn off Boggart's dialogue. And then like they scan the screen and the AI sees that it says bitch. That'd be crazy. I didn't even know that, man. That's wild. This game's off the rails. FromSoft has lost their mettle. They've gone outside of reasoning now. They're just going off the wires. Individuo as an adjective? Oh, I see. Okay. Is it swearing though? I think so. From what I was told. All right, maybe this will work from this distance. Can we do it? Beautiful. The birds are creepy. You love the design. They're really cool. I enjoy the deathbird design and particularly the gargoyles a lot. Like for creepy creatures.
Please. Oh, thank you.
I mean, even the way they did the T-Rex dogs too, like it looks believable in a way that is hard to explain. You know how like in Dark Souls 1 there's some really weird stuff. Like Ceaseless Discharge looks pretty weird, for example. But if you showed me Ceaseless Discharge, I wouldn't believe it's a real thing. Whereas if I saw the Deathbird in real life, like it would just seem a little more believable. I don't know why. Maybe because the graphics, it just like the design just seems a little less over the top. It's still not real or realistic, but it's like also not like super fake and super inflated fantasy either. Go to the church, please. The world's ending. I want you to stream in the afterlife. I think I'll be fine, dude. I don't know if people will watch streams there. I think that the internet connection or the data transfer will be so potent that you could probably just generate anything in your mind if you wanted to. So I don't know if I'll need to stream at that point. But if your side of the world ends first, let me know ahead of time if you can, and I'll prepare. Gonna grab like 7 Nuka-Colas and like maybe like a couple stacks of old war money, just in case for bartering. And then I'm gonna raid the local hardware store, get a dune buggy, tow my car behind it in case, and then also like plant a bunch of fuel in it so it'll blow up, and like maybe if someone tries to like loot me on the road, if they try to hijack me, it'll be like a bomb on the back of it. I can let it go and then like barricade them or like just make them thrown off. It'll be like a little discourse for the intruders, and then I'll just escape on the dune buggy with a rifle and a stack of useless money, some candy bars or something. Who knows? I'll go find Radon in the desert and we'll just ride around on limpy horses. Oh man. It'll all be rated still. You should have already been going to the store. It's a sure way to die. So the thing is, the person that's playing 5D chess in real life would want you to believe they didn't already do that. So the fact that you admitted that you think that I was actually telling the truth there shows that you have been fooled, but there's still the chance that you're pretending and you actually know that I'm pretending too, but then there's like another layer to it. So if that's the case, then now we have to go into a whole new situation where someone else starts the conversation again from a different standpoint, right? So is it that you actually thought I was telling the truth, or are you keen to what I'm saying, knowing that I'm keen to you? That's the real end of the world strategy, see? It's a mind game. It's not actually about the resources. That's like the introduction. All right, Stormhill Shack. No, we already did that stuff. We go back to oh yeah, Ray Lucario. Why would I tell you when you would know if I know? But that's exactly what I would say though, if I knew that you knew. That's why I'm saying someone has to now change the scenario completely. We can't be in this conversation anymore and progress, because there's a very high chance that anything you say means nothing now. And because we both know about each other knowing, there's a need for a new development. Bringing a mind game to a baseball bat fight. It's like, we're gonna meet on the baseball diamond at 5 o'clock. Bring your bat. Shows up with nothing. He's like, you gotta get your ass kicked. And the guy's just like, actually, did you know? And then like just spurts a random fact. And it's like, I don't care. And then like goes to hit you, but then you throw dusts on the ground and disappear. And then like the dude just wakes up, he blacks out, wakes up, and he's just like, where am I? And he's just like, the whole entire time you thought you were living a life of Michael J. Smith, when really you were inside a simulation that I made, making you think you lived up to that point that you actually started to challenge me on the baseball diamond when baseball's not even real. And then he like looks out the window and aliens are floating around. It's like, there was no magical escape. It's like, no, you were hooked up to a machine the whole time. It's like, but why would you do this? It's like, this is just all part of the plan. What type? M. Night Shyamalan shit. Never have time for personal development, Dan? No, I'm not, no. I am not. The only way I would do that at this point is the same kind of thing you're saying, is if it does develop some sort of, you know, benefit that way, sure, but it's really hard to, I think. That's the catch. It's a very interesting subject. And I think it's different depending on who you are. So it's like, I have come to realize, I think there's like different archetypes of like the way people operate. And I don't know if you could extract it to psychology or even, it could be exposure, psychology, experience. Like it could be location even. It could be like where you live in the world. It could be a lot of different things, but even it could be genetic too. It could be from birth. Who knows? Am I a partner of this website or a cowboy? The simulation reality was fake. It was induced to confuse you. Well, that's exactly what someone would say that wanted to hide the truth of a real simulation. So what I did was I convinced you that you could even simulate in the first place, when really there's only one base reality that you thought was not happening, because the whole time that you actually were existing, I put you in a box that had a bunch of LCD screens that made it look like you could actually move through in-depth environments while you're on a 4-dimensional treadmill with motion sensors and feedback. LSD screens. Too many words. Man, this is like the Caleb City video all over again, where he's just like, he's like, I apprehended you, I caught you, and the villain's like, ha, but I wanted you to find me. And then he's just like, aha, but I knew you wanted me to find you, so what I did was I planted a key inside this banana. Oh man. I need to see a movie like that. We need to have a storyline. I know like Batman's kind of like that a little bit, but we need to have some mystery, some unending mystery, some witty back and forths in a superhero movie that's gritty, but like the mystery doesn't end for like 2 hours straight. And it really just gets you, you almost get exhausted from how many back and forths there are. Like I want to really be challenged mentally from this. You believe you are the only living person in the universe and everything you see is a figment of your imagination. I would say, but what does imagination mean then at that point? Like what would be imagination if you were the only person? And what is person? What's the value of person if there's no actual separation to distinguish identity as an individual? I think that that's a loophole right there where you cut yourself, because you can't actually, like something, if that was the case, then the concepts you're using are more so only practical in duality. So I think like fundamentally that almost, it would be interesting, but also less likely because of like the fact that that's only really helpful for individualism, right? But at the same time though, that's kind of also like, it's, I don't know. Yeah, it's an interesting way of putting it as a joke even, but to challenge your joke. That's what I say. Do I let patches live? Oh shit. Give me a second. There was people there. I think I might go too far on this part. Patches, I don't actually see him in this run. Have I done this run before, Handsome? I have never done this run successfully. But I've done a leveled character version with a different build and a different route. Some similarities, but yeah, I was killing Godskin Noble, doing Rykard instead. I would do completely different weapon. Some different quest lines, I believe. You want Death Note as a superhero movie? Yes. Yes. Galaxy's an atom of unfathomably larger being. If it bumps into a counter, we could be crushed at any time. I feel like number one is a existentialist that is covertly trying to create other, like he's trying to create like existential crises in other people right now, debating the crisis. I don't know you. I don't actually. That's why I said my suspicion. I can't confirm that, but yeah, I could say that. Do you know the American mod on Nexus? You just got it? I've never seen it before. No. I saw that in I think it was a video Gino released that was recommended in the thumbnail and also in the title. It said that you can play as Millennia in one of the mods that they made. Like it's as a playable character, but I was wondering how that's possible because I know that you could do a playable run of, you could be Pontiff in DS3, and I think you could be Soul of Cinder. I remember that as well. I've never tried that though. It's a rot build, not actually her. Oh, okay, never mind. So wait, he used that as a title, but it wasn't actually playing as her character model? What? Was that actually, was that a lie? Are we indirectly exposing people? Damn, dude, I actually got excited about that. That baited me and I didn't even click the video. That sucks. I was eventually, like, if you guys were confirming that was the mod, I was going to try it. You can actually play as her? Clickbaity, sadly. Okay, so you can play as her, but the thing that he did, he didn't particularly use that thing that would let you play as her then. That's what we're saying here. Oh, he dropped 5 kookaries. That's really good. I'm trying to think of how that would help me, though. I guess in Stormveil, I don't have to pick up any, which might make it quicker to get to that one part. Like your cut G? Thank you. Sharp lineup. Sharp lines, big ups to your barber. I actually don't have a barber. I haven't gone to the barber since I was 6 years old. And there's no sharp lines. It's an illusion. It's because I'm so far away from the camera and it's low quality. My hair is pretty long, so everything's very fuzzy. But yeah, I actually haven't lined up anything in general. My hair just looks like this. I don't even comb my hair really, to be honest. Like very minimally, just to make sure it's not like looking super weird, but it just literally grows like this at this point. And I just put products in it. Have I predicted the next 20 years of my life, Gandalf? I definitely have some goals for sure. But my main timeline that I'm visualizing right now is the next 6 years. So I'm not getting too ahead of that. And again, like things can definitely change. I'm always up for experiences that change things and, you know, the way that the course of the flow of life is. But I definitely have some goals that would be nice to achieve in 6 years. Visualizing 20 years, I can imagine things, but it's harder to interpret, right? I think that when you start doing things, if things are longer term and you've already gotten through a certain level of the progress with it, based on the input you're getting in, or based on the output you're getting from your input, you can make predictions and trajectories, but you can't be always 100%. And so some things in the past, for example, I predicted, but based on the trajectory of what my input is looking like and what the output's giving me, and it's usually pretty close, so I'm not always accurate, but like you can, if you do things over the longer term consistently, you can kind of be like, okay, you're most likely going to keep doing those consistently, and then this is most likely going to happen. So do you think Horaloo smells good? No, he doesn't. And I think that the way that he is able to get around that is that he has such a crazy high body heat that he's steaming. You can see his skin is like literally steaming. So he's too hot to be in close proximity to without combusting, unless you're literally like the god slayer that is the Tarnished or another god. So regular humans would melt in front of him. They wouldn't have time to smell him. It's kind of like a volcano. You can't even touch the magma without setting on fire, usually without a suit or something. So that's Horaloo. Am I married? No. Do I play competitive games, Guts? I used to. I played Call of Duty in game battles in hopes to go to an actual like main stage event, essentially. So the way it worked with the circuit that I did for MW3, you get a team, you register them, you get points against people in the online tournaments, and then if your team ranks high enough, you get to go to an event in person and play. And then if you win that event, then you can start to get into like the MLG kind of stuff. So we were pretty high ranking in the online stuff at the time, but didn't win, unfortunately. That's the most competitive I probably got with games, like legit competition. I'm competitive in general, though. Outside of that, just I don't know if I can count. Like, I wouldn't count PvP on this. I wouldn't count the fighting games because I never played them at like an Evo or a tournament or anything. But I like the idea of competition for sure. Okay, we jogging. Ooh. Let's go pro at Smash duos. I don't like duos at all, dude. No offense. Smash with more than one person is immediately a different thing. Or I guess like with more than 1v1, I should say. And it's not that I wouldn't mind watching them, but yeah, I would not want to play duos if I played Smash competitively. Me and you, baby, all the way to the top. Do I want to marry... You want to marry maybe? Me, do I want to marry who? COD, you're an OG? Yeah, so I did the COD game battles before I streamed, actually. It was right before. And then I started doing Dark Souls 2 PvP streams because I saw people doing it and I really liked it. And I was like, I think that I can offer a different dimension of PvP that's not happening right now. I was like, I want to use this platform to get really good by learning from other people and then teach other people that aren't as good how to get good too and host tournaments. And that was the whole thing I did, is I just hosted a lot of tournaments. I did like a lot of shoutcasting kind of stuff, like commentating on my own channel, just, you know, with people PvPing, made different game types that were cool, like King of the Hill and like almost kind of like a Hunger Games sort of game type. We did Arena, tried to go the crazy streaks in Arena, get rank 3 on a bunch of characters, you know, limit like really like unconventional weapons against like max level magic people and stuff like that. Just really silly stuff. And then eventually I got to play with some of the best players in the game, and they got me really, really good. And then I got into challenge runs. All right, so we got Margit. Before that is Bell Bearing with the balls into War Master, into Rotview, into Fort Pharaoh, and then we're done. Did I hold any world record? I don't have a current world record, but I've had world records before, though. I have a lot of things I've done firsts, but I don't know if people... Like, the thing that's weird is, like, Guinness World Records stuff is like that, but when I look at these kind of games, I think of it as if you don't have a competitive leaderboard of people where there's a objective that can continuously be improved, then it's not a record. It's mainly just a first ever, and that is cool at the time, but eventually over time you need to keep doing those things or it doesn't really have the same value because people have already done better versions of what you did, even if it isn't firsts, and made what you did look kind of prehistoric. And the thing with speedrunning is you can avoid that prehistoric nature because you can just beat the other person's record and be better than them again, and then you're better. So it's not as competitive to do world's first long term, but it's cool at the time though. So I've done a lot of those. That's just the way I see it. But yeah, I still actually am interested in trying to do some. So there's three runs I know of right now. Actually, 4 technically, if I'm correct. The 4th one was the one that was a surprise I never talked about. I talked about 3 other ones. 3 ones I've never seen anybody do. I know people have tried some of them, but they've never actually continued to do it. So 3 of them are gigantic, and the other one's a little smaller. And I believe there are 4 world's first runs that are in this kind of nature that have never been done. That are actually pretty important in my opinion. They've been overlooked quite a bit. Or it was the 4th one that's the newer one I thought of might have just never been thought of or been interesting. So we'll see. But yeah, I might do some more of those in the future. Try to put the gameplay into actual situations, but people delete you. Why don't I stream or play COD anymore? I don't really like that game anymore, to be honest. I've seen through all of it. If they can change the genre completely, then maybe. But yeah, Call of Duty is kind of just stale. And for me too, the way that it works when it comes to playing multiplayer stuff, I don't want to have to depend on another person to compete. I want to compete with myself, right? So that's why I like doing this the most, because it's like you can only just be better than yourself. You can't really you don't need another person to generate the outcomes. You literally just do you beat your own previous best. Kind of like how life is. I think if you live life in a pretty healthy mindset, all life is literally just being better than your previous self. If you want to have healthy competition, and you will inevitably have indirect impact on actual competition against other people without even trying. But it's the best path for improvement in my opinion. So with the way I do the stuff like this or other types of tasks, I like to take inspiration, but I definitely compete with myself though.
What's wrong with you? I won't say it twice. Stop this.
Wait, let's do this again. Just gonna cast one more of these in case.
Suppose I haven't. You are an enigma.
He lived there. It could have been
To be certain.
counterattack. Maybe gets counted if I attack within a certain amount of time. I don't know. But he did live there though. That's weird. Sponge baths. What's up? How's it going? All right. And then Raw View Balcony. Nice. Trilogy Damageless is still one of the craziest runs you've ever seen. Davey, I appreciate that, man. That's really cool. It is one of my favorites. I think it is my favorite, actually, right now. Sorry, my headphones are glitching out. Can I get them to work, please? Hello? Oh, that's really annoying. There we go. We're good. Sorry if the audio is crackling a little bit, too. Oh, yeah, we have to go to Volcano Manor, too. I forgot about that. There's a follow-up from another thing that you wrote, Fizzle. Okay. I see. You want a good Battlefield game? It's hard to imagine those types of games having something that just comes out of nowhere now and is better than it's ever been. It's hard to do that when they've made so many. Because you can see where their mind's at,
The
right?
official term for your NAPIT is popliteal.
And they're exhausting time and resources on not really dialing in a different type of, like a paradigm shift, right? They're just trying to cater to whatever is mass received, but maybe what would appeal to me isn't what most of the world wants. That's the thing. Like Battle Royale did not appeal to me, and anything in that vein is not going to do it to make me play multiplayer stuff like that again. Fighting games specifically will always be appealing to me no matter what, if they have very good mechanics and Like the execution satisfying the barrier of entry is pretty high, but the skill ceiling is also like really high. That's always going to be appealing.
A warrior, perhaps. Will you join
Problem
YXM
is,
Rise with us?
almost no one
Now,
in the
drawing
world
room
wants
must
to
be
actually
short.
take that seriously, because when you play a shooter game, like the barrier of entry is
Use the
low.
key.
Like these esports games are like shooting and stuff. It sells a dream to someone that isn't actually putting the work in to be that good, that they can do it. So it makes them like addicted to the idea, and then they play because the barrier of entry is low. But with fighting games, you actually have to be pretty damn good even by default to even get into pools in a tournament, or even get past that. And then even that's not even that good compared to like winning Evo. So the skill level required by default is so high that most people don't even do it, but then the reward is so low compared to the games that are more popular. So it almost kind of paves a way in itself and explains why those types of 1v1 game of skills and stuff like that can't really be shining at the same level. But the FGC's done a lot of really cool stuff. The fighting game community's been bigger. It's been coming up for sure. It's always going to be the barrier of entry, though, that makes it impossible, because you can't have kids just play those games and understand it. They're not going to put the time into it. And a lot of the really good players, they're older now too. Like you have Daigo, he's in his 40s and he's still bodying people. It just shows, and like you can't even, like, someone's retired at 25 in some of the esports that are popular now. So it shows like the difference. Wait. Oh, there we go. I was like, why is his thing not there? Do you have any particular protocols for maintaining motivation? So I don't actually believe motivation is the primary objective to chase or to like embody, if that makes sense. There's a couple different ways to put it. So I actually truly don't believe in motivation as a concept the way that you might reference it at all. And I used to say there's no such thing. And I don't want to say there actually is no such thing, because we as humans have chemical systems in our brains to be used as incentive structures that trigger outcomes chemically that make us have a motive, that motivate certain actions, right? But because they're so regulated and so, like, you know, perfectly made and in a harmonious lifestyle, they would just normally work for your advantage. It just seems second nature. So I never really gave credence to the word motivation, mainly because the primary action's always deterministic, right? The way that I put it is that if you're trying to have something happen, you can't, like, there's the feeling of like the being compelled isn't actually what would make you do it in every case scenario, right? So because there's some case scenarios where you might not be compelled, but you know, like your intuition tells you it's important, you can supersede that. You just have to determine it by doing it. So like your action's always primarily way more potent than even the chemicals, because they can create like better regulation for the chemicals when you're in a downregulated state. That's the only way you get out of a state like that, meaning that your willpower at the core of you that goes beyond your chemical systems working properly is still way more, has way more agency and jurisdiction, because it's the only way someone gets themselves to even be in a good place again from being in a bad place, proving it's more primary and fundamental. So I don't wait to, like, I don't think of it as like you wait to like feel a certain way. You just do the thing anyways, and then you'll feel really good because you did the thing over time, even if it's not right away. And in simple terms, yeah, determination is most important. So if I determine, hey, I do this, this happens, and then I do it, no matter how I feel emotionally, it's always going to have an outcome that's predictable.
I'm not worthy to be in your presence.
Like you could logically be like, this can happen, and it goes well, or hey, I fail, but I learn, and at least I did, so therefore here's the tangibility. Whereas if you wait to feel a certain way, nothing's actually like even worth even analyzing at that point, because you can't actually see any, there's no data, you didn't generate anything, so there's no point. Doesn't make any sense. Like that's why I said, like, even fantasizing stuff, it's just, it's a useless kind of idea. You just have to actually generate outcomes for things. It's really good to strategize and plan. Like I think being able to think ahead is really good, but it has no value at all unless you actually make the actions on it. So your question itself is from a standpoint where I believe that there's something in you If you're genuinely serious about that, at least, like if it's not just like you're just curious, but you actually think that way, it tells me that you do believe there's a feeling that needs to happen for something to occur. Like that like it has jurisdiction over you completely. Which, yeah, like it helps. It helps if effort feels better or that there's a compelling force or a fire, but you're not always going to have that though. It's impossible to have it all the time. And it's going to range for different levels of passion for certain subjects, but there's aspects even within passionate things that are very mundane, sterile, just practical, but not really that exciting. And you have to do those components too. And so if we only did the ones that were like very high drive or high fire in the, you know, in the heart or whatever, or the belly, then it's like, that's cool, but it still wouldn't be enough. So no matter what, that's just the basis of it. If you just pay attention to your own behavior, that's kind of how it works. Did I study philosophy? No, I didn't. I haven't studied anything actually. So I was going to go to school for sound engineering, and then I didn't. I pursued doing content because I was already doing it for a while. It was paying the bills. It was doing really well. And I said that I'm going to take a year and do this. And if by next year it's doing worse than it is now, I'm going to stop and I'm going to just do school. And then every single year it did twice as good. And then I was like, there's no point of even going to school, because if I do now, I'm wasting an opportunity that I put a lot of effort into build, and I want to see this through properly, and I need it to actually fail completely for me to change my mind on any of that. It needs to actually completely cease to exist with all the effort. If I give my best effort and there's nothing left to salvage or to even build on, then yeah, then of course I'll just go and do something else. But that was never the case. So if that never happened, if I decided the other way, I would have done sound engineering. And then I think that what would have happened is I still wouldn't have actually pursued that career. Like I would have probably done some work in it, but I don't think I would have stuck with that though, because it's not enough in my opinion for me. Like I need to like also have other things going on where, you know, that as a skill set's really cool, but it's always been possible to just do that for fun. It's not like it needs to be a job. And the fact that it can be, if your skill's really good enough, is still a possibility without education. So that was what I realized. And there's also a lot of stuff like that where your value and your skill set is more important than anything. But I think it's interesting because like the way you gain knowledge and skills through different things can, like you could have someone do the same things, but they don't really like value that aspect of it. So they're not really looking to scale those things within it. They're just doing the bare necessity. And I've been in positions where I've worked like regular jobs that are just boring to some people, but I've actually learned some things in those regular jobs even that I think other people didn't learn, that were doing the same thing, because the way they did it and the way they thought about it, right? So I've like paid attention to certain details, and even the analysis of the people that are above you or even all around you, how the system works, how they emotionally feel as like a product of who they are identifying in that job, what their life's like, what you could like, what the scalability of like that idea is at the peak of being the top of that system, if it's worth being the top of that system, and then how your life would play out if you actually pursued that. And then in contrast to like, is your time worthwhile being spent there? So like those types of ideas, which is what I think a parent wants to teach a kid when they make them work at McDonald's, and maybe that kid doesn't have the dream to work at McDonald's for their life, but more importantly, as a teenager, they don't want to work there at all, obviously, because it's not that fun. It's the same lesson you want to teach somebody, but when you fully grasp that on like a really massive level, then you start to actually apply the same thing to other places too, or other things. And then you always look at everything like that. So it's just like, well, you know, this might seem really cool and work for this person, but let's see how it works for me, and just like pay attention to the ins and outs, the inner workings of this system, whatever this business, this you know, workplace might be, this career, or this pursuit essentially, and then what value is it going to give, and how much like impact does it have on other people, and is that important, and is my relevance in this system actually impacting anybody, or is it heavily disposable or replaceable as well? Grim, yeah, I cut my own hair. I have for a long time. But right now it's not really being cut that often. It's mainly just I take a little bit of it off and just kind of keep it around like a certain length. But yeah. Self-discipline comes first and to start, and motivation comes after and gets you to continue. So this is the way I look at it. It's a 3-part thing. So think of it as a triangle, like a recycle icon or something. So you need to basically... you build Okay, so there's other aspects, but the main one would be you have to build competency. And then when you have competency, you can execute and get a win. And then when you win, you build confidence, and the confidence makes you pursue again, which builds more competency, and then you win again, and it just keeps going. And that's it. Those are the only 3 things that matter. That's all there is, like when you look at it very practically. And then inside the incentive structure of that, like you have to fail to build competency, so you have to be like more free of your ego. You have to actually put like your thoughts to the side and put yourself in a situation where you don't succeed, because then it makes you more intelligent, and then the intelligence makes you eventually win. But once you get that first win, then you feel more confident, and then you continuously keep doing that. And that's all you need in general forever. And you can, like, that's present in everything that exists, but you could also say, yeah, all these other small aspects happen in between, like the failures, and like you maybe like other things, maybe the push and pull of other types of things that are alluring, like, oh, maybe I want to try this, and like not staying focused on certain things. That's all beside the point. But the main structure, the macro of doing everything is competency, winning, and then confidence, and then going back into competency again. All right. So, market time. I think Orphan is the GOAT. Orphan is awesome, dude. I really like him. He is my favorite boss out of the entire series still. For sure. Actually, you know what? No. You know, I would say I like Malekith a little more than Orphan. A little bit more. But only because the storyline. I think Orphan as an enemy is cooler, like design-wise, but Malekith in his backstory, his place in the game is really cool. Where did the run yesterday stop? I made it to the Mountaintop of Giants. Was right before Fire Giant. Fell off of a cliff, did a quit out, which immediately invalidated the run from my rules. And that was about it. So we continued after that, and I got 3 by the end. I was kind of distracted after that mistake, but my farthest run was to Fire Giant without taking any damage or hits on an enemy, I should say. What other boss lets you fight a fetus? I'm gonna do a rehashing of his name on the split counter next time we run Bloodborne. His name's gonna be Cletus the Fetus. Does fast travel invalidate it? Fast travel has been done by everyone else. I think if you're someone that verifies runs for like the Hitless community, because they have a website that you get on and everything, I don't think warping invalidates anything. Pretty sure that's always allowed. Because one of the runs that inspired me to do this, essentially that helped me a little bit, was Smoker Spectre's run, and his run, he warps multiple times when he falls off stuff. Because he tries to do a skip where I think he fails it at least 2 or 3 times. But it'd be even better to not even have that at all. So it'd be cool just not even worrying about that. If it comes down to it, though, warping is smart. So you have to do, I think, select button Y and then A button. Something like that. Is he gonna jump right after? No. I think I'm gonna have to warp on this one. As soon as he does jump. Hit him with the fetus deletus. Malekith is awesome, fair enough. I just love the design and the story of the Destined Death. It's pretty cool. Are there items you still gonna get throughout the run? There is some items I'm gonna be picking up, but nothing crazy though. Just upgrade materials and like sometimes, occasionally, I'll grab knives on the ground, like kukris in this castle. I think I got so many of them now that we're good for the run. Come on, you want to jog? Go for a jog. Come on, do it. He's feeling running. Okay, here we go. He wanted to jog. Beautiful. Why warp? Mainly because of that. I want a kill that looks like that. Since if I guarantee that kill with the jump, he can't attack me. He can jump away from me, but I even caught him when he's jumping away, so it locks it into being a guarantee. And you don't have to do it that way. I'm pretty sure other people that do this run do it differently than that. I just found that that was a good method for me, so that might be where my run's a bit different. I only go for a guaranteed kill on him. Because we just literally spent so long setting up, Margit hitting me would be ridiculous. There's no point of that. Anything that doesn't have the potential for that, I won't do. But it's similar to Fire Giant Phase 1, where it has to be particular in the sense that, yeah, he could do different attacks to open the fight, but I need to get the 2 sleeping pots the right amount of damage and at least the health quick enough down so that by Phase 2, my buffs are still running a little bit, and then I have the setup for the stagger and everything, Phase 2. What's important about Giant between Margot and Godric? The blue talisman, blue dancer charm. Damage, Chelnov, so I have a plus 12 weapon. Very high upgrades for that level in the game. And then, ooh, something was weird there. That was like was that a butterfly or something? What the fuck? Something was flying by the character. I'm like, what the hell is that? Yeah, so plus 12 weapon, very, very strong. And then 4 different buffs that increase damage as well, with a talisman that increases damage by, I think, 20% at low health. And then also I'm using the most powerful attacks you can use on that weapon. And my Physic Flask has a tier that increases the chance to stagger. So I can lock him a little bit easier in place. And the weapon's natural ability to stagger is already really high. All that combined, strength tier as well, which increases my actual stat of strength when I drink the flask. Which makes everything super juicy. I would say the buffs again, if they run out, you'll notice it's like almost 50% less damage or more. But typically they never all run out within a fight. You'd have to have a fight where I went on for really long, because the first one that I used, the Physic Flask, lasts the longest. I think it's a minute or more, maybe a minute and a half. And then other ones, they'll taper off like pretty quickly, so you'll see the icons disappear very quickly. About YouTube? Yeah, I have 3 YouTube channels. If you type in !socials. Two-finger heirloom. You hate this cave? Well, hopefully that's a very, very nice way for you to get through it and you actually use that method. Because for me, when I used to do it, I would use the bow and it was a little bit slow. I think that's the quickest way I've gone through it, doing this route right here compared to how I did it before. It's a little bit nicer. Still didn't get the grace outside of Godric, man. I got to do that. I missed that 2 runs in a row, man. The balls on this guy. The balls that I have on my hands, I'm pretty sure are from Iron Golem, and we've just hit him so many times in the nuts on hitless runs that they fell off, and then Boggart came into Lordran way back in the day, or maybe his great-grandfather did. Picked the balls up off the ground after Iron Golem already decomposed and the suit rusted away, and realized the balls were made of a different material and that they were sacred, so he put them away in the family jewel chests. And then basically Boggart, as a grown adult, once he grew up, his grandfather gave it to him. He inherited them, and then he used them as a weapon to rob people. That's the backstory. Why are they not also blue? Because we're actually doing this run pretty fast. Like if this run took longer, they probably would get more blue the longer it took. So that's, I think that's the trick. I haven't played slow enough for them to be blue. First run was very close though. I think around 5 hours they become blue. Are Starfists better because of blood proc? I think that they generally can be better depending on how you like do the kills and stuff like that, but I haven't used them enough. I like these ones quite a bit because I don't want to rely on bleed. Straight damage is a lot easier for me. The run that I'm going to be doing that was a surprise, when I test it, I'm going to test the Starfist as well. So I'll let you know if maybe, like, we'll get to see if it was better or not. I'll be able to tell you. And if it is better, then for that run, it's going to make it easier than I thought it would be. But I'll let you know what that is once I test it. It's a little bit of a surprise. Oh, 30 to 49 minute setup period creates this much damage for a character. Oh yeah, like if you guys play this game though, you could casually you could pick up a lot of the things that I'm getting and just enjoy the game. Just knowing that roughly as you go through areas, like, oh yeah, this is the best item to get here and there. And there's even longer setups you could do that would be even better. But for this is just the best time frame for what we need to make it a little bit safer. I could even skip some of the things, but then at that point, why would I go back there later when I'm already able to get it earlier anyways, right? I could just skip things, make it quicker in the beginning, but then there's still going to be some setup that probably would help. And it tends to be the case that it's all reachable pretty early. And then I'm not going to even go back to those areas to fight anything later anyways. Like even Caelid, a lot of stuff's in Caelid. But that part of Caelid I don't go back to when I fight Radahn. I just get the warp gate while I'm there. So it makes like running between areas longer to even try to make the start of the game faster anyways. Where now that we have all that stuff done, like I can just go boop, pop up here, boop, it's already done, boop, pop up here, already went there. Warp here, already there. Oh, Capital, already killed Draconic. You know, it's like, it's so much better than having to even do those runs later. And that's, it's kind of nice because I used to do a setup for the leveled character that was about an hour. I think it was like 50 minutes maybe about 10 extra minutes on this one, and then I get all this extra flexibility of being able to, again, like just pop up in different places and it's already ready to go. I would say that probably makes it, about a 15-minute difference still from not having to run across different stretches. And then not even having to go to Volcano Manor probably saves some time too, because you'd have to get to Rykard. Radahn's not a boss you have to run to even when you get to the castle early. You just go to do the festival event. Sorry, the festival event, and then you just pop up there. It's not even like there's a castle to go through. So it's a smarter idea if you're willing to put in the effort to kill him.
am the Lord of all that is golden. And one day, we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
Trying to think, do we do anything before we're done? Oh yeah, Limgrave Tower. Always make a mistake for that. Has a damageless run been achieved? For any percent on this game, yes. And all remembrances. But I believe the only one that was done that I'm aware of had magic, so you could probably still do it without magic. Not sure if it's smart, because again, you won't be able to use certain abilities. That it would make it pretty ridiculous if you did damageless without magic, I think. At least for all remembrances, but I'd like to figure that out at some point. That'd be cool. Planning on doing a randomizer. I actually have already done one on this. You can see it on the YouTube channel. If you type in !playlists in chat with an S on the end, it will link you right to the main YouTube channel playlists, and then just go to modded runs, or actually even just go to the Elden Ring playlist specifically, and it's in there if you want to see it. But yeah, will I do another one? Possibly. I think level 1 randomizer on this game would be really fun, because I haven't tried that yet. I've only done it with the leveled characters. I'm trying to just get situated back into the game by doing this. This is like my reintroduction back into it after not playing it as much. I think Hitless level 1 is harder than Damageless. I don't know. I'm not familiar with damageless any percent. I can't remember if Sekiro Shadow did just all remembrances and then there was never a route that was just any percent for it. Like, he might have just done the one run right away, but yeah, it's possible. You might be right. I mean, level 1 technically is harder just because you're level 1. I don't think there's any game they made where level 1's easier, but at least the gap in this one's not as bad as some of them. Like Bloodborne level 1's pretty rough. What is any percent? It's the mandatory amount of stuff you have to beat to get the credits. Anything that's required, essentially. And sometimes people will do things extra just because it helps. So in this run, there is some extra things I will do. Resident Evil 4 done? I actually haven't beaten that game before, no. I'm not sure if I'm going to go back to it, though. We'll see. I wanted to, and then I'm like, you know, I'm not going to put pressure on having to complete it just because I started it. I got to get used to trying games and not beating them and just being okay with that sometimes, especially variety games, but it was really fun. I just don't know if I'll ever go back with everything I have planned now. Because like I said, I really want to do a lot of the ideas that I had in my mind. I think if I just get quicker at executing them, it's very possible. But before, it would be like I would have so many different things I wanted to do, and there'd be never a way to do all of them. Because even if I was putting a lot of time into streaming, because I would go about everything that I did in a way that was just slower, right? That's why I said if I ever went back to speedrunning, I think I could get records quicker. Just with the way I think about stuff now is a little bit more efficient, and I would make the practice more focused and deliberate than how it was. There wouldn't really be emotion attached to it either in a negative way, so I wouldn't get pissed off as easily. It'd be really easy to just do it. Not to say, again, it's easy to get a record, but it would just be a lot less like random drama in my own head. It doesn't matter, and better efficiency. And then I also do think there is something to say, like, it's kind of like the experiment they did where they took esports athletes that practiced, I think, 8 to 10 hours a day, and then they made them practice 6 hours a day and then do exercise for 2 hours, and they perform better with less time. So it's just that simple idea of like there's a diminishing return point where you're not getting as much value out of putting that many hours in past a certain level, right? And I'm very aware of what that is like now. Before I was like, I don't care, I have extra time, let's just do it at any cost. But the next day I could have had a better quality approach, right? should try DMC. I'm not a fan of DMC. I think it's a little cheesy, to be honest, and I don't like beat 'em ups. So I never have had an interest in DMC because of that. Otherwise, like, I would totally play it. The graphics are cool. I think the story seems kind of cool, but just, yeah, it's very cheesy from what I've watched. And Bayonetta, God of War, and DMC are just not, like, never would be able to get into them. At least, like, the old God of War. And, yeah, like, Bayonetta in general, just... I've always wanted to, but I could never... Anytime I tried, I could never do it. For me, like, games that, like, let you kill 100 guys at once with one character, or, like, you're very powerful, is, like, almost meaningless to me. I want to be less strong than even one enemy, and then if I could even take out 2 enemies at a time, it's, like, a lot of effort, and you have to actually be pretty damn good. Or to even be stronger than that enemy, you have to put effort in to learn that, right? So I like the challenge in that way, where like the mechanics are actually a battle. Whereas in those games, even if you play them on harder difficulties, it's always just going to be about like you being so overly plot armored and heroic that you just take down crowds, and it's just no fun at all for me. Like the methodical aspect of it is out the window. Then that's why again I'm really into like Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, stuff like that, where you can't beat the opponent unless you're mechanically better at executing and reading the situation. There's no handicap. There's nothing that can help you. The characters are all balanced enough where it's just performance. And also the reason why RPG elements in this game don't matter to me as much. It's more about the action, but it's a nice medium they pulled off with how big they made the world and how well they wrote the story. So for this one, I actually appreciate that aspect, but it would never be like a selling point for the RPG stuff as much. Beautiful. Trying to get triple S ranks. So yeah, like all that stuff can be very hardcore, but the base formula for it is just not my thing as much. And you have to think of it this way, even this, like, for example, if I played this casually, eventually it's not really going to be my thing either, because, like, I really like the design and all that, but that has a limit to it too. That's why you got to do, like, other cool things, like we're lucky we have randomizers, you know, that these types of runs are feasible, because it does add a different dimension where, you know, even though, again, like, some of the events happening aren't insane in their own respect, having to do them in a certain way that has a lot of risk to it is way more exciting. But games that are already like that by default are amazing. Like, that's just... But usually, again, they're not popular because most people would not be able to handle emotionally doing that. They'd be complaining because they want to feel like they are much stronger than everyone else, right? They don't want to have even playing field. Since AAA games taught us, it's meant to make the person feel good and give you a sense of superiority all the time, but then only increase the difficulty a little bit when you get better so that you still keep playing. But they never want you to feel inferior to everything else or like equal. Or it would be really frustrating for a lot of people, I think. And that's also not a problem at all. It's just like I'm a little weird with that. I like really arcadey things. I'm not looking for escapism or like an adventure all the time. With the first playthrough of stuff like this, for sure. But then after that, no. Sifu? Dude, I have tried Sifu. Sifu's really cool. And the developers gave me the game. I haven't played it on stream, but I played it with a friend that had it, and it was really fun. Because I'm a huge fan of Absolver. I'm pretty sure it's by the makers of that game. They did a great job. Just, I would love if they could make another game kind of like Absolver where it's multiplayer. Valkyrie's made the game fun. The new God of War is really cool. I like that. But I couldn't get into it long enough to stick with it. It was such a bigger improvement, though, over the original formula. And I know for some people they'd argue like they like the OG. Again, it's just like the hack and slash beat 'em up going against like a crazy amount of enemies that off puts me a little bit, but yeah, the methodology, the new one's cool. Warframe's pretty arcadey. I tried to play Warframe and I couldn't get into the objective of it, but I think the visuals of it were always amazing. And the concept's pretty cool too. I actually had a friend where they had a world record with a couple other people for survival in it or something like that. Someone else I used to do some Dark Souls 1 SL1 races against them. Actually, they got inspired to do it because I was doing level 1 New Game plus 7, and I was trying to go race somebody else to New Game 69 as a joke, I guess. And they saw that and they're like, I want to race you. Let's see who can get the best time for it. Not just like, let's see who can get the farthest completion of cycles, but like, let's see who can do one run at max New Game the quickest. So I was doing that for a little bit. And then I checked out their stuff and I was like, oh, you play Warframe. And they were one of the best players on Warframe, like way back in streaming. And yeah, so that kind of stuff, like teaming up with like a few people, getting a record for like something like that is insane. But I'd imagine to get to that point, you do have to like the base game. So it's not as feasible for me. I wasn't as into the base game. Okay, I think I figured out this part last time. So I'm going to set up the health ahead of time, and then if you cast the Gambit on the tree at the beginning, none of them should follow you for too long, and then you can actually buff for Golden Godfrey, which is nice. And I just got to keep them at a good place in the room. So at this point, even though I don't have the casting on anymore, I don't think it matters. That guy, he can hear Bloody Slash. I actually tested this when I was practicing the save files originally, and he can hear you. Oh yeah, why would I even do Bloody Slash though? I already have it set up. See, again, that's another close call. Someone's like, don't do it. Yeah, no, he can't hear any of the buffs though. I don't think he can hear Craigblade. I'm pretty sure it's safe. But when you're past like this boundary here, I don't think it matters at all. Just, I was outside of this perimeter, and then he heard me do Bloody Slash and killed me one time. Working on, oh, I saw someone say something that seemed important, and then I did not see it after that. Schizo, have a good rest of your day. Thank you for hanging out, dude. Super clean. Yeah, I don't think there was much more I could do there. I got pretty bad luck, actually, but it seemed okay, though. Looks stressful. That fight is very stressful. It's kind of weird, actually, because... What the fuck? Why did he not wake up? I don't trust that. That's really weird. Now he's waking up. Something really strange happened there. I'm running back because that's not normal. I've never seen that before. Night. Oh, it might be night. If it's a nighttime thing, that's ridiculous because he's not even freaking awake, dude. That'd be nuts. Yeah, I'll make it daytime just in case. He worked extra yesterday. Yeah, it wouldn't be worth even, like, when I went through there and then ran away and he got up, it wouldn't have even been worth going back because you need him to get up as you're beside him. So, something that I'm most excited for in the expansion. I like the fact that they did the whole thing with scaling the difficulty based on completion rather than, like, you could just go in there and be super strong. That's probably out of the confirmed details, the coolest thing, in my opinion. What about you? Yeah, it must have been nighttime. It's because you're blue. He is snoozing hard, man. Someone gave him a NyQuil. Okay, we're gonna go back and get the talisman pouch. Ooh, my wrist just popped pretty hard. Is it like Sekiro with the memories? I'm pretty sure that's the case. Something like that.
Fine. You have now to become the thing as much.
Yeah. That lady making that sound reminds me of when you have a dream and like your face is in the pillow and you're like falling in the dream, or like you have a nightmare and you're just like when you wake up. Big gasp of air, dude.
Good luck, Squilla.
Freezy, thank you so much for the 14 months. Welcome back. And for the good luck, too. Characters and levels not going to matter when you go in the DLC. It matters like a little bit just because you want versatility to use the items in the DLC because there's going to be requirements for stuff, right? But in terms of how it used to be, no, it's not going to be the same. Like, you're not going to be able to be like level 200 and then destroy everything in one hit or something. Like, it's going to be safeguarded against that so that people that buy it, if you do use a really ridiculous character, it's going to at least be fun still. A reasonable challenge, I'd say. It's what it seems like they said, at least, when they confirmed all that. Am I excited for the DLC? I'm definitely looking forward to it. But when people ask about exciting stuff and everything, like, I'm going to be more excited once it's here. In the reality of it, I don't really think about it too much. And if they delayed it till like next year, I wouldn't be upset at all. It would be fine. I'd be the same more or less. If they canceled it as well, it's like, it would be a little disappointing if they canceled it, but not as much as probably some people would be disappointed. I'd be like, well, we'll still play the base game because I haven't done a lot of that. So, yeah, for me, I don't get hyped about things until they're actually there. Wasn't feeling the damage on that as much, which is kind of weird because I've killed him with that much damage. Like one of the buffs ran out. I've killed him with him doing that many attacks in the beginning, but for this run, I'm not feeling that. I want him to jump a little earlier. No Shackle. I'm not doing Shackle on this, no. Mesmer's not going to be the final boss of the DLC. I don't think he would be, no. But at the same time, though, if it's as big as Limgrave, there's probably like a dozen bosses or more. Like, there's got to be a lot, right? As you grow older, you find it to get very hard to get hype for anything. Same here, and I think for me again, I just had a shift in thinking like that originally when there was a couple things I did get really excited for, and like again, like some of them turned out to be really good, some of them didn't. But then I was thinking like, what's the point of why don't we just anticipate it when it happens so I can have a really clear perspective? Mainly because if I'm going to give my opinion on something and other people are going to absorb that opinion, or like it's going to be publicized to you guys, like I want to give a pretty balanced interpretation of something, rather than like inflate it by thinking about it beforehand and being like, oh, it's probably like, I don't want to theory craft too much, right? It's fun to predict, but like I don't want to like get too crazy with that, since then it might change the way I interpret it when it's there, because then I could be like, oh, there's an expectation for this. So there's zero expectation other than it's a thing that's supposedly coming out in June, and then we'll see what happens. And the trailer looked really good, so that's good news. But other than that, though, that's all I'm running with, and I'm sure it'll be great. And if it isn't, it's like, well, I didn't have like a crazy idea built up of what it could be, just to make it a bit more exciting. Same kind of RNG. Gonna fight Mikola or something like that? I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure Mikola is gonna be in the DLC. And if not, then I wonder what they'll do. We literally went to his tree and plundered his sister's great rune. Yeah, he's gonna be mad, I think. Does that reset and validate the run? Warping out of a fight? That's not a reset of the game or anything like that. That's an item I'm using that's a part of the game. So if you think using items in the game invalidates the run, then that'd be a pretty strict run in my opinion. But yeah, you've always been allowed to use items. That's not really like, it's different than a quit out. A quit out would literally mean that if an enemy's about to attack me, it freezes the game and then puts me in a place where it has to go back to the default position. Whereas this, I actually have to find an opportunity to use an item, and then if I time it right and then nothing happens for 5 seconds after that, I get to go back to the checkpoint that I already got, instead of being placed somewhere that I didn't move to, right? Okay, I'm gonna go with this one.
The thrones, stained by my curse. Such shame I cannot bear. Thy part in this.
Probably could have done that on the first
shall not
after
be forgiven.
realizing again that's the exact same timing almost with the buffs running out, but I was like, I want to get a little bit of a cleaner fight just in case, because there is a situation where if you do, have it right away, then you have to hit, I think you can hit him 2 less times or something. Up to 2 less times, usually 1. Dirk Diggler, thank you very much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it, man. Welcome. What role did you get in the Elden Ring cartoon parody? I was Torrent, and I was also one of the birds from Farum Azula.
You were unable to prevented the thorns, a husk, the only way, and become my purpose. So I'd like to the flame and guide you.
Is Malekith dangerous, or do you script him like that too? Malekith is pretty hard for phase 1, but phase 2 is very similar to that, where if I stagger him well enough at the beginning of it, he does one attack that's always the attack he starts with. I hit his kneecap one time, then hit him in the chest as he does the second attack that's always the follow-up, and then he dies. But for the first part, I can't tell you what's going to happen. It could be... It's basically anything that can happen will happen until you get him to phase 2. You thought I was Tupac? Dude, I look like Tupac now? Wow, that's crazy. Or am I a hologram? Is that why? You trying to say that I'm not real? Peanuts, what's up, dude? Malekith, Godfrey, and Godric are the real bosses. I would say, yeah, Malekith, Godric, Godfrey. What else, maybe? Golden Godfrey. And then... Yeah, I guess that's about it. Those are the ones that are more like Dark Souls 3, Hitless. And then the other ones are like Bloodborne, or I would even say... Actually, I guess some of them are kind of like the style that I'm doing. It's more like Bloodborne, or just, again, like original to the way that this game works. And then, like I was saying, the areas kind of play like DS2 a little bit, but a little bit nicer because they're bigger space. It's like DS2 if it had bigger space between everything. And the damage is kind of like Dark Souls 1. Holographic lizard figure. Had all that yapping about you just to get sleepy. You know, he tried his best, though. He really did try. I respect it. I'm gonna use this one more time, actually. So yeah, Kukri here. Again, I don't know why the other guy didn't see it. Weird. They should both see that one. We're gonna put the bow on. That was a suggestion yesterday. It makes a lot more sense. Because they're just like, I don't really want to go over there. Dude, come do your job, dude. Come on. Go over there. You're supposed to be guarding the place over here. Oh. Spooky. Spooky dookie. Love how Bloodborne randomly has guns. Randomly has guns? You misinterpreted Miyazaki, because the whole time he made Dark Souls, he just wanted to shoot somebody. So I bet you, like, in FromSoft's HQ, all you heard in the development of Dark Souls 1 was, but can we put guns in it? And they're just like, no. And then he's like, why? And they're like, because it's a fantasy game. But Final Fantasy has guns. And he's like, but that's futuristic. He's like, okay, true. So he's like, okay, I got to make it a little more futuristic, but he's like, but to play it off where it's not going to seem like a gun game, I got to make it also like a Van Helsing game. And then he's like, and then there's got to be a lot of beasts, but they can't be cute though. So, yeah. So they can't be cute, or it's going to be like a hunting game. So we got to make it like Van Helsing, but also not too old. Ooh. He was jumping. Scary. What do I think about Enotria? It looks cool so far. We're going to be checking out Enotria a little bit more as they release more stuff for it. And I will be playing a little bit of it when it comes out too. At the very least, like I might actually play a lot of it, but I am doing a sponsor for it, so the second part of that continues in June, I believe. And I was looking forward to the visuals because it reminded me a little bit of Absolver, sort of, with like the masks and everything, and just like some of the visuals that being more stylistic than realistic, but also more realistic than that. So yeah, the way it looks really cool. Some of the things they claimed you can do seem different enough where it might be fun, and then it all comes down to actually playing it though, because all this stuff could look really awesome. And I said that when I was reviewing it before. You know, you might still get something that doesn't play that well. You haven't played Bloodborne fully yet? You're banned, Eric. I'm sorry. Like, if you don't go buy a PS4 right now, then I'm going to give you maybe like an hour. Okay, depending on traffic. If you can upload a screenshot of your GPS time, then I can maybe give you like an hour plus whatever the traffic's like, but you got to go get a PS4 right now and play it. And if you beat it today, if you beat it in one day, I'll give you the money back for the PlayStation. And the fine print will say only up to a value of $50. I tried to do the chess trick there and it didn't work. Can't you just use the horse as a meat shield? No, if the horse gets hit, it counts. We become one. The bond between horse and man is, what's it called? Intrinsic. It transcends all time and space. So, you know, have you ever seen Hidalgo before? You ever played Legend of Zelda, dude? Epona? We should know this by now. Miyazaki just really wanted to shoot somebody. Every time, like, I think of that, like when I said that, it reminds me of the soundbite. It's like, shoot that mother beep. YouTube censored word that I don't want to say. Best sound clip ever. Isn't it like Morgan Freeman that says that? Or is it someone else? Okay, so right here, recasts. Miyazaki's vision, gun souls. He wants to do Gun Gale Online, obviously. Secret SAO fan. He's like, they won't let me do Alfheim, so I want to do Gun Gale Online, dude. You're the bird who says, come on, it's not worth it. I'm the bird, and I'm also the horse, too. I'm also Torrent when he's running away from the dragon. And he calls, I think he calls Shazman stupid or something like that. He's like, why would you ever do that? Calls him like a stupid ass. Yeah, he was saying that I could also be in the sequel too. I told him like, man, give me a crack at a really like a longer amount of dialogue on a character that's a little bit trickier. And if you don't like it, then whatever. But I want some like some harder, like some more challenges with the voice acting, because I've had some longer roles that I've had like a lot of roles in the stuff he's done, but I want a human. I've had a lot of creatures, and they are arguably harder, but like the human one, if it has a voice already and me having to pull that voice off, would help me with my own stuff, because I do plan on doing a lot of my own voice acting still. So what would Souls set in modern time look like to you? I would prefer dystopian. So if you guys have seen the movie Dune, or like Blade Runner, again, even Alita Battle Angel, stuff like that, those three are pretty good examples. Something around that proximity, where there could be robots or androids, there can be ships and like space travel, and there can be other things, but the resources are scarce. Society's collapsed. There still is hand-to-hand combat or regular types of firearms at the very least. Nothing. It's not like Star Wars level, but it's like, you know, something that's a little bit more mild than that. Cyberpunk is probably a good example too, but I haven't played it, so it's hard for me to reference it. Didn't miss the jump this time. The jump is actually so easy to not miss, and that's why it's even funnier that I commented saying, imagine missing this jump. Like, I think it was a day before. And then I said something also about Godric today. I was like, I really like fighting Godric. And then the Godric thing happened earlier. And then I also said something about Margit landing on me a while ago, and then it finally happened. Everything I'd say somehow happens later, you know? Just depends on how soon is it going to be, right? Wait, I'm going to check that alert in a second. Just give me a moment. Inception. Forgot Remnant existed. I don't actually have a full grasp on like Remnant. Are we talking about Remnant as like an idea for the setting? I've seen a little bit of it. I saw Prod play it and I saw K Witty play it, but most of what I saw was them fighting like this gelatinous blob dude that looked like he was poisonous with add-ons and rolling around shooting people. Say you'll finish the run. I have said that too, though. That's the thing. But I said that more times than maybe what you need to say. Might have overdone it. Scamp, thank you for gifting a sub. I really appreciate that, dude. Whoever ended up getting it. Does it say who got the sub on Twitch chat, guys? Because I can't see that. For anyone watching on Twitch, because like I used to be able to see the Twitch chat normally where it would say this person got a sub. Who got it? That's one aspect of the recent events where I don't know if it's because I have it in like a slim preview where it's not showing everything, or it's actually just like that it doesn't show it. One pipe, enjoy your emotes, man. Welcome. Ooh. Got some chaos happening over here. We're a little too far off to the right here. Big Yeti dude fighting the bird. Dude, I think the Yeti's gonna win. It's got the initial blow with Winds of Doom straight from the lungs. Frost Lung Winds of Doom impacting at 119 damage right to the cranium of the bird. The bird retaliates with Beak of Death. We have to actually hide behind the mountains, and the home audience has to actually strap in for earthquakes at the magnitude of 10 because of the battle taking place being too dangerous, and then we're going to go back out and get some more upgrades. Ugh. Thought you're also the enemy that has a saxophone. In Elden Ring? No, I'm only 2 of the characters, I believe.
Those of a challenge find them well.
I don't think I'm a guy that's... I can't remember doing that. I think it was only the 2. Oh yeah, we didn't buy the stuff. You're wearing a football helmet and watching the stream to be safe. That's a good idea. Padding might actually help too, and then just standing up instead of sitting down in case you have to like tuck and roll. Today, Circuit Theory kids had the longest experiment. Circuit Theory. What is that exactly? Is that for like electrician stuff or something like that, or some other thing? Circuit Theory. Never heard. That's probably a stupid question, but yeah.
Lost, withdrawn from its vessel.
Shacklemore gifting 5 subs, dude. Shacklemore, that's amazing. Welcome back, by the way, too, man. Thank you so much. It sounds like electrical engineering, but it might not even be that. Circuit Theory could be something else. Just be like completely different. Is it not better to use Starfish? It might be. I'm not sure. I haven't tried them yet, but I will try them in the future though. I definitely want to do a run with them before the DLC. So maybe when we do the All Remembrances version, I switch them and it's better, or I get both. Because I think what happens is they're better on some bosses than others. And then also the way you upgrade them, if you have both upgraded simultaneously, you gotta wait a little bit, obviously. You can't just do it right away. So you grab both of them and then you have the other one as a backup for when you have the materials. Maze, thank you for the brand new sub. Welcome back. Or sorry, welcome in general. It might not be a welcome back. I feel like it is. I think you've been here before. If not, then that's insane, but thank you so much. Also, I'm curious, again, this is not something that I'm gonna do necessarily right now, but I've had people ask me before to put the join button for YouTube up. Do you find that that would be something that you'd be interested in if I had the join button? Because I don't think it matters, even if people don't use it, but like, is that something that people want accessible so they can use like emotes in the YouTube chat and then have other types of things going on, other privileges, I guess? Look like Kali Oliveira, football soccer player from the Brazil club Bahia. I've never heard of that person before, but I've been told almost on a regular basis I look like somebody, and usually the person changes every time. There's been some repeats, which was this Tatum dude, Drake, and then there was like another guy that also played basketball that doesn't look like me at all, that someone said like multiple times. So that's a new one. I got to add that to the collection. I'm going to actually have to buy sports cards of all the people that you guys mentioned that play sports. I'm going to put them on the wall and be like, you look like this, and put a picture frame. And then when someone comes and sees it, they'll be like, who the hell said that? And I'll be like, exactly. I'll be like, I don't know what they were thinking, man. But maybe you're right, though. Maybe that person that you're talking about actually is close. I'd have to actually see them and check it out. And you could be right. Look at that dude that does challenge runs. Whoa. Like the person that owns the channel. Wow. How'd you guess? What NBA player? I can't remember who he is, but I looked him up and I'm like, this guy does not look like me at all. Like they basically, I feel like the requirement is like the skin tone's the same and someone has curly hair and you'll be like, yo, that looks like you. It's like, well, but how many people exist that have those features? It's like probably millions, hundreds of millions of people, right? Something wild like that, at least. Okay, so now I have to set up Fire Giant a little bit ahead of time because we have to redo it. He didn't do any good attacks for the beginning. You look like Shaq. I've always wanted to make a cat move like that GIF, right? I've always wanted to get a cat excited like that. So if I look like Shaq, maybe I could do the Shaq dance. And if I get a cat one day, then they'll be like going like that, wiggling around and stuff. I can make my own version. So we do that, we become TikTok famous, I retire early, and then I come back to do the challenge runs with the blue guy when I'm like 60 years old and no one's here. Plan. Drake live streams Elden Ring, what? Dude, him playing this game would be pretty funny. I would watch that, actually. I'd be curious. Dude, why is he rolling again early? That just doesn't happen. Should ride up on the horse. I don't prefer doing that because if he does any attack like the wave, then you have to iframe by dismounting, which is way harder than rolling. So unless you mean like ride up on the horse instead of buffing on the way. The reason that I'm actually not buffing then riding up is because it wastes more time. So I'm trying to buff into the proximity so that they last the longest they can, because that's the biggest deal. It's not about getting to him fast, it's about him being just about in range to attack by the time I'm just finishing the buff, if I can time it. Meaning that I use some of the time in the fight to position while doing something else at the same time. If I buff and then ride towards him, it means I buffed early. That's why you got wrecked on the horse every time. It's really good phase 2 to use the horse, but again, it's like, it's actually not good to use it the whole time if you really want to do damage quicker. It's kind of like a 50-50. You use it when he's doing fireballs or the orbs. And then you go on foot when he's using the hands quite a bit. So yeah, see, I'm still moving forward. He's moving towards me. We're buffing. I'm healing while walking. No time has been wasted in between that whole sequence other than like 2 footsteps. And then we're right in proximity to just kind of chill. But if I went on the horse there and then he did the thing like this, it's a little bit iffy. Can you jump? Worst RNG on Fire Giant so far. Damn. Favorite NPC quest in this game? After hearing what Boggart says about Raya, I actually think that's my favorite. So I'm going to say Boggart and Raya are my favorite. Fire Giant eats with his head mouth or the belly mouth. I had a theory about that. I think that it's a power struggle. I think they're like parasitic twins that don't like each other. So what happens is every time the stomach eats, he doesn't get satisfaction for tasting the food. And then it uses multiple, like extra resources, obviously, where the digestion's kind of like half-assed. And then he doesn't even feel full. So the hunger signaling doesn't work as well if his stomach eats, but if his stomach doesn't eat. So he tries to keep the stomach from eating anything, but the stomach also has a personality, so it'll sneak food, and then he'll get mad at it, and they'll just fight forever. Because to have him survive, one or the other has to eat, but they don't both have to. But then one feels the pain, so it's like, it's the saddest story, dude. It's exactly why you should feel bad for Fire Giant. He's in a struggle all the time. That attack would be good if we were a little bit closer by default. This guy's being such a doofus, man. I don't understand. Like, I haven't seen this much unlucky starting positions and attacks. Oh my god. Where does he poop? Probably normally. I don't think that's affected. That's not even really relevant. It's all about like one's gonna feel hungry. But it doesn't matter because it's still got food technically, because it's only one. They have a shared stomach still. If the stomach eats it, does it digest faster? Yeah, it kind of digests quicker, but then the hunger signaling doesn't make it to his brain fully. So then he thinks that basically he's not full, so he's still hungry even though he did eat, and then it's like really unsatisfying. Rico, how are you doing, dude? Rain, that's a good emote. I like that one. Yeah, you might have to actually bring your friend that was fisting on Dark Souls 2 yesterday with you and beat him up for me a little bit ahead of time. Tenderize him with the fist so I can actually have a little bit of an easier time. What even? You have to respect the lack of greed. That's the only option, man. That was ridiculous, dude. Miyazaki fine-tuned the specs on Fire Giant to make it really hard today. Some sketchy shit. That's just purely practice at that point. So, luckily, I've gone over that. But yeah, there was some locations that were weird, like the fact that he short rolled. I don't think he actually rolled less than normal, but because the hill was kind of obscuring him, he ended up in a spot where he didn't flatten me as quickly as I thought he would. So I got ready to roll through him, but that would have been very unlikely because you rarely do that. You can, but I think that was the scariest thing for me is when he started rolling and I'm right in front of him, and I just have to wait till he stops. But positioning was good the whole time. Nothing was bad. I don't think I made a miss. I could have punished a couple more things, but there's some things I don't go for because the next attack, if I do punish it by reading it improperly, will kill me. So it's like there's no point of even trying. Giving you a good glute workout. Yeah, that was a sweaty fight though. Oh wait, why am I doing Nightfall here? Trying to get the other option.
I have long observed this world and death.
The uneven ground's really bad too for dodging attacks. I hate uneven ground. Ugh. Worse than bad RNG Eldritch? Yeah, so Fire Giant has the potential to be ridiculous. Like, that's a really good example of it. I think he hurts his back rolling over the trees. I feel like it would be as if you went to a beach and children made sandcastles and you just rolled around and destroyed them. That's what it would probably feel like. You know, you'd feel like maybe ethically bad, but it wouldn't hurt you though. Don't think you blinked during that fight. I don't think my heart ran normally during that fight. That would be what I would call playing the game versus playing the strats. Because I mean, okay, there is methods obviously, but there's no guaranteed method for that one. That's a little bit weird. He's like, I thought I saw something. What do you think the hardest split in this run is? Like just the entire segment with the area included? That's a hard one to decide. I don't actually know. I haven't thought about that. Because if you include the areas as well as one part of the game with the boss that's included in it until you switch to the next one, it could be different than the hardest boss or hardest area by itself, right? In combination. So I'm not sure. I have to think about that. I will say, like, immediately, even if you considered Radagon and Elden Beast harder, like, because there's no area to run through for that, especially like a lot of the late stuff, there's no area really. That makes it a bit more feasible. So it's kind of nice. I think I arrived there quicker than normal because like that guy was in an interesting position for a second. Who's my favorite streamer? Favorite streamer of all time was Faraz, and still is. I know he doesn't stream as much, but he's my all-time favorite. I've spent the most time in his channel, and when he was like doing it consistently, I don't think that for like what I would say is entertaining for me and just personality and all that, he was the best. Not Nems. I don't actually watch Nems really. And it's not because like, and it's not even anything personal. I just don't even really watch streams anymore. And when I watched, for example, when I was mentioning Faraz, I didn't really watch Nems during that time at all because I was more into watching the Hitless runs. But I did watch Nems a little bit. It was a little harder for me to watch for a long time though. And I think I've told him that before, and I've talked about this with his channel. It's just like a lot of the things that they talk about, they don't give me as much value. So like the humor, the sense of humor is not my kind of humor, so it's not really the same impact that you guys that like Nems would like. But there is moments that make me laugh. Like once in a while, it'll be insane. It'll be like, oh my God, that's actually pretty funny. Or something will happen to him in the game. Otherwise though, yeah, like that type of humor is not really my thing. It's not really, it's too obvious for me. It's like it's too basic in my opinion. I'm not trying to even say like, he's not intelligent. I feel like he's pretty damn smart, but just he knows what his audience likes and he plays to that advantage, but like it's just not enough substance for me with the humor. And with the gameplay, tons of substance. But again, like when a lot of it is also a combination of that, it's hard. Low-hanging fruit. Yeah, it's like very low-hanging fruit. Exactly. It's not enough effort for me to like be like, yo, that's actually really funny. But some people love that though. It's like it depends on the person. It's really dependent on the audience. And I think knowing your audience and being able to do that is smart. Especially if that's how you actually think and it's genuine. I get the sense that he's being genuine. I don't think he's disingenuine in that way. And it's probably part of why like I did like his stream, and I still think his stream's cool. It's just not as much. Like I wouldn't be like, yo, I'm gonna go there and have a really great time. But there's a lot of stuff there that happens that is cool, for sure. All right. So I need to basically put 2 dinguses to sleep here. He likes to break his little thing. That's so funny. What a cutie. Okay, do your jump, dude. Do the jump. You like the jump. Oh, he still went to sleep. Nice. Noble is going to do that. Beautiful. So this is like a high IQ play. The IQ level on this right now, it might actually transcend humanity. And I don't want to be cocky about that, so I got to be quick. Because I've never had this situation. I had to like literally free aim the thing on the ground and predict where he was gonna run, so that the residual effect that was already half built up clocked him out at the exact time he hit the cloud around the corner. That was quite a lot. So yeah, the late game's getting super high IQ right here. This is not a normal run apparently. Miyazaki really has turned up the settings apparently. Damn. That placement was perfect. So I have done that before once, but you rarely ever have to do that, and it's silly. Like that was a little bit of improvisation. Like you're supposed to have him do the jump attack, but he didn't. So proof again from Fire Giant onwards, like the enemies have been like stressing me. Like they've been trying to like do a stress test on me to see, it's like, do you actually know how to play this? Like what if we just screw this up so you can't get what you want, right? Which is always fun, but like, oh man. It's insane though. Because again, like, has that happened yet? No, we haven't seen that one time in this run. And in the other runs I've done too, it's very rare that you have to do anything like that. He usually always does the jump attack by like at least the 4th attack, I would say. And then the amount of time he was just walking with doing nothing is just absurd in my opinion. Oh, Yeno's here. What's going on, Yeno? Yeno and Turco in the same chat in 2024 is a pretty crazy combination. I'm actually shocked by that. Imagine that dog jumps across the gap and actually makes it on the bridge there somehow. Pretty funny. Do sleep pots work on every boss? So I think they work on most of them. the thing is, the effect varies. So like the way they fell asleep is not the same as everybody else. Best example would be if you saw Morgott. He falls asleep for a second and then wakes up immediately. So I basically only have a chance to attack him and get a stagger as he's standing up. But he won't stay asleep though. There's no chance he'll stay asleep. And I don't think there's anything you can do to make them stay asleep if they're not prone to doing that. They'll just kind of snooze for like a second. Why iron balls? I just decided to do the iron balls for this one because it seemed a little bit more familiar to me. I actually had used them before. Starfist I've never tried, so I'm not as like keen on what type of methods you have to use to get the bleed and everything. I am going to use them next though. They are going to be a weapon I use pretty soon. For sure. Does no hit include fall damage? So it's not a no damage run. I'm just trying to not get attacked by an enemy. That's the goal. And then obviously not dying, because it wouldn't be an improvement upon Deathless if you just died by falling off a cliff, in my opinion. But that's the idea, though. Just don't die, don't get attacked by an enemy of any sort. All right. Everything's looking fine here. I'm gonna use the Gambit last, I think. Rom, thank you for the good luck, dude. I appreciate it. Eric's back in time. Nice, dude. The other Eric was saying that they hadn't played Bloodborne, and I said they were banned unless they went and bought Bloodborne, so I wonder if they're back yet, too, with the PS4. I was dead serious about that. Believe it or not. We don't want to test it. Bleed based on how often you hit? It is, so that would mean that some of the things I'm doing might have to change. And because I had already used the balls before, I'm just a lot more familiar with that way of playing. It's not a crazy, like, it's not such a difference that I couldn't figure it out in a day, probably, but because I had already used them, I'm like, it just makes more sense to use the balls for now, since I've done it, and then use a completely new weapon I've never even tried before, other than that, after. Must have been the wind. Yep, it was the wind. I knew it. See, I even thought it was the wind. Wind must get pretty rowdy. You can hear it though, so I guess like it does. Definitely does. All right, perfect. Yeah, the thing with the kukri in that part, I think it depends on how far I'm in the room. We were talking about that, but then again, last time I did that, the guy faced me, like he turned around. Never watched you live, just the VODs. Feels awesome to be here, bro. You made it on a pretty good day. This is a good attempt, man. It's a good distance PB, so I appreciate anybody that's here live. Also, again, with the fact that I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch simultaneously, anyone that likes to watch live streams on YouTube already, it's a bonus for you because that was never a thing before. Couldn't actually do that until recently for me. And if you didn't want to use Twitch, at least it lets you enjoy that. And then not leave the platform that you use. I almost used the memory of Grayson and I would have lost 270,000. I don't know if it would be enough to not upgrade, but yeah, that's a little funny. I shouldn't have done that.
Oh, snap.
Okay. That's an item spot. It is. Yeah, I didn't know that until recently. You love the streams on YouTube, Freezy? I'm glad you enjoy them. I've been actually realizing like it's such a missed opportunity. There wasn't as much, like I don't think I missed out on too much time with people streaming on YouTube because I didn't do a crazy amount of streams lately anyways, but yeah, at least I got on it sooner than later and it's going to be a normal thing. I'm actually also super curious with other platforms how it's going to work. Like if I add on a third platform, like I was talking about TikTok, people are saying, oh yeah, they're going to ban it. But if they don't though, I wonder what will happen with that, like what it's going to be like and what kind of people will be in chat. Because everybody so far in chat, when it's combined for me, has been really cool. And of course there's like the odd random comment that's just like, you can tell it's trying to get attention or a reaction, but that happens already on Twitch anyways. Like it's not really that different. So I think, yeah, YouTube chat's been really good. All right. Setting up the health for Doggy Boy. Made you aware that I am streaming Freezy? You mean doing the YouTube stream actually got you on Twitch? Kick is another one. Can you do simultaneous on Kick as well and it doesn't void the contract at all? That's allowed?
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Squill, happy you got this, Squilla.
Spark, dude, thank you so much for the 29 months. Welcome back. How's it going? Kick wouldn't be ideal. The chat, yeah. I'm imagining it would be pretty funny. I've heard some things. Okay.
I will not have it stolen from me again.
Ooh, well, tucking under there. Tucking the good old character under there. So that was definitely like a quick Malekith. That was probably it's interesting that everything else was kind of rough, but he gave me some sketchy situations for sure, but that was a quicker one though. We did a good phase 1. I don't even know if it's quick enough to do phase 1 into 2 without rebuffing, but it was close where I think that one could have been like that if I didn't just stand behind the pillar and I went for it. It's very possible. Also, Winter Circle, I saw what you said earlier. I didn't actually get a good read on it, but you're saying you're not going through the best time right now. If you want to share specifically, like maybe if there's insights you're looking for on what maybe relatability and experience other people have or what like people recommend for certain things, I could try my best to like give you feedback or whatever. But if you're just looking to like express that, man, I'm sorry that things are not the greatest. And I guess the best way to look at it is that without giving specific advice for anything that you're looking for, just the same as things can get bad, they also can get really good too. And the best thing is to see things through and pain does build character in a way, even when it doesn't seem like it's doing much in the short term. Like, you do look back on it and you're like, wow, if I didn't have that happen, or maybe even if I wasn't as good at handling these things, whether they're really tough or not, I wouldn't be who I am now. And then it builds like a kind of like a skill level of tolerance for things, the way that you approach life. And I know that might not be even interesting to hear right now. It might not be the right time, but that's my take on the vast magnitude of a lot of things that can be rough, right? But yeah, if you need to just kind of distract yourself or whatever, obviously that's, I mean, I could do that. And if you want feedback, I can give you feedback as well. I think it's likely that when you're doing, like, if I'm doing content and there's enough people here, there's always going to be at least a certain amount of people that are having a great time and a certain amount of people that are, like, you know, life's not the greatest at that moment. And it's just the way that things go. But my biggest goal is to obviously only be a positive influence on the people that are not having the greatest time. But also that does require being ready to make certain changes, or you know, being in the spot where maybe you've processed everything, because sometimes it's good to just marinate and maybe not like rehash, but just process, and then be ready to be like, okay, now I gotta change this. Fight always and endure. It's always worth it. It's kind of like short-term gratification. And again, I don't want to extract it to something that's, or boil it down to something that doesn't seem like nearly as consequential or grand or whatever. Like, when it's like instant gratification could be something elective or silly, but it's the same kind of deal where in the long run, the harder work, even through the tough times, like, it really does pay off more than succumbing to it, or even doing what feels comfortable or what you've been programmed to do. I remember I was listening to something that talked about that, and it was like, you know, essentially you have a childhood coping mechanism programmed into you from dealing with trauma, essentially, or at least any age where you don't have the development in the brain to be able to handle something. So you do default to that as an adult, and it's like a really powerful thing to overcome that wiring, essentially. Just making sure I got the right stuff on. I think we're good.
Ah, I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas, none shall.
Beautiful.
No, in my bones, a tarnished cannot become a lord. Not even you.
This emote is wild. It's back from my old days, man. It's an old days emote. I would not make that emote now, but at the same time, think of it this way. So there was a lot of emotes on Twitch like that, and a lot of them got banned, and mine didn't. And I don't know how it didn't, but it was the most used emote. People really liked it. It's still the most successful emote, probably for obvious reasons, because it's just ridiculous. And yeah, I was thinking about getting rid of it, but then I'm like, if I get rid of it, it's part of like the storyline of me making content. There's a lot of emotes I just never got rid of, even though I think they could be replaced. So only when I fill up all the slots for them, maybe that'll go at some point. But I think it's kind of funny still. It's a little funny. It's a relic, yeah. It's just really funny. Because there's so many different there's so many renditions you can do of an emote like that, and then, like, again, I've seen a lot get banned, but that one's hilarious. Is this the run? This is a run in a society. Oh, wait, I gotta change to Craigblade again too for this guy, and we have plus 25, so we're good. Wait, did I do heavy enforcement? I don't know if I did. Yeah. Winners, thank you for subscribing, dude. Love these types of gameplays. I do a lot of stuff like this, but this is just like the comeback to the really out there kind of runs, because I was doing a lot of challenge runs with randomizers, and not that they weren't out there, but just like the risky runs. It's the return of that. Will I make more Souls videos, streams? Oh yeah, I do this, like, I've been doing this for a long time, so this year is going to be the biggest year for content for me. I have 3 YouTube channels now, so there's going to be the full unedited version of a lot of these things on the second channel. Any run that's like this, that's Hitless style, as long as it's not too long, I'll put the full unedited version with an intro and outro on the main channel still, because they're a little bit more special. It's kind of like a classic thing that I would do, so that'll be the thing. But for the bigger runs that are really like long of any sort, they'll be put on the second channel, and then the edited version on the main one, and then I have a music channel as well. So if you type in !socials, you can get the links to all those. And yeah, I plan to make content about 3 videos a week across the 3 channels is the average that I want to keep up with most of the time.
So the world might be mended.
Buff order on this was a little scuffed, I think. It's all good though. It's all good, dude. All right.
Thy strength befits a crown.
Pretty crazy fight. That one was it was a bit spicy because he went into an attack he doesn't do often. Like, well, it is an attack that's normal. It's not super infrequent, but he did like that crossed arm push thing, but very close after that, or very quickly after, when he was very close, he did the swipe that finished it. So that was that. The pacing on that was like, it was getting me a little frantic. I was like, little on the edge there, but yeah. Good Radagon RNG? Yeah, that'd be nice. It's always appreciated. Thank you for the good luck, everybody. Solid form, man. Yeah, we're got the juice card, baby. If anyone doesn't know what the juice card is, I'll tell the story after, but you're curious about it at least. But yeah, I think that we got the juice card box. Dog. We got the juice card, baby.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
So with Elden Beast Craigblade running still, I don't know how long it's going to last, unfortunately. This might have to be a redo. We'll see. I'm not sure how important it is. That's the only missed beat there, I think, fortunately. Yeah, because the damage is not as good. So it's not worth it. I'm going to go back and do it again. And mainly this is because on Radagon you have to do Craigblade in between. He gave me interesting RNG that was a little bit weird, where I did too much damage too soon, which would have been phase 2. That's why I didn't Craigblade, because if he got up with that much health, he would have killed me. So that was a really smart way to like just at least, you know, play through the fight and then escape if I need to. But yeah, it wouldn't have worked that well. The thing I would have had to have done is recognize as soon as he stomped, I would have done more damage sooner than later. And then it would have put it in this range that'd be better, but that Elden Beast wouldn't have worked as well. I could have done it. I could have rebuffed fully done 2 R2s and maybe finished it, but I don't know if I trust that as much. So I'm gonna take the alternate path here and try this out instead. Just in case. Trying to think of again if that happens, like just the order, but I guess we could do the same thing if it comes down to it. Just stay focused. Never take a chance on Elden Stars. Exactly, that's the thing we want to avoid here. No Elden Stars ever. Let's go, baby. Yeah. We got the juice card, baby. Oh, you were there. Everybody was there. That was sick, dude. That was so good. There's so many things in that run halfway through that were just dumb, dude. Oh my God, my heart. Oh, first Hitless run on YouTube Live as well. Nice. Oh, that feels really good, dude. We did this in 5 days, guys. What the hell? That's just nuts. Okay, before I even, I'm gonna sip the red Kool-Aid before I die.
Astonishing.
Stats.
Enjoy your moment.
Level 1, 0 hits any %. With scary late game. Confirmed. Tell the juice card story. Okay, I'll tell the juice card story right after we end the game properly. Gotta see the cutscene.
Let strength be granted so the world.
Man, my heart was actually going on that one a little bit.
So the world might be mended.
The adrenaline came in on like Godfrey, I would say.
We'll get a hitless run live again. What a time to be alive.
I don't know if the shaky my fingers were shaking quite a bit. Like, I don't know if you can see. There's a little bit of a shake there. Wolfgang, thank you for the 500 bits. I appreciate it, man. Welcome. Man, I'm so happy about that. That's amazing. I really wanted to get this run either yesterday or today. I was even like thinking earlier before I started. I'm like, I need to do it.
Soul of the lost.
That's a really quick hitless run for me. Muxiel, wait, was that? Wait a second. Did you just do the cheer for the bits? Oh, also Beware the Silence. Thank you so much for the brand new sub, man. Zinky, thank you for gifting a sub.
GG.
Krastos, thank you for the gifted sub as well. Everyone that got a gifted sub today. Hope you guys enjoy. Oh yeah, Muxil, that was not you. It was Wolfgang. Sorry, my bad. Muxil, thank you so much for the bits as well. You're a beast. I feel like that run was a beast run for the end of it because there was some weird things. That was the hardest run we've done so far with RNG. That was the worst RNG. And also there were some things that I did that were not the greatest where I had to do it twice. We redid Radagon twice. We redid Fire Giant, what, 4 times? We redid, I want to say Morgott 3 times. Pretty, like, decently long Godric fight, I would say. We redid Margit many times. There's a lot of stuff. Look at those blue toes, dude. Oh my god. Nice. This is worth skipping bedtime. Anybody that stayed up, I appreciate it. I usually would not recommend that unless I'm doing something like this, but we got to celebrate though. There's only one thing I can actually do right now that is proportionate to how cool this is. I got to play some Clone Hero drums. I just got to get the adrenaline out now. I'm going to go and take a break really quickly to eat dinner, but I'm going to come back and I'm going to stream again. Going to do at least a couple hours of Clone Hero drums, which if you guys don't know what that is I plug an electronic drum kit in the computer and I play drums. And I read the music off of a program called Clone Hero, which actually has like the legit drum music, basically exactly how it is in real life. And it looks like Guitar Hero when I play it. Oh yeah, the story for the juice card. Basically, me and Fox AMT in chat, he's one of my moderators and also a friend of a long time. We were hanging out at TwitchCon on our way. I picked him up. We're driving there, get to the parking lot where we're supposed to park, and everything's fine the first day we go there. The second day we go back, same parking lot, same routine, pick him up, go to TwitchCon. And there's this security guy that doesn't let us in. And I could see spots in the parking lot. I'm just like, can I go in? He's like, no. He's like, this parking lot's full. And he like right before I got there, me and Fox noticed he was risen up two cougar moms as well. There were 2 cougar moms and he was talking to the moms and trying to probably get their numbers or something like that. So he was distracted and we're just like, this guy's not paying attention. So we think that he's just not doing his job properly. And I press him a little bit. I try to get him to let us in. And then finally he's like, go to the bronze parking lot. You can go there. It's right beside this one. We go there and it says $10 to park, which I'm like, that's not right. If you have a pass for TwitchCon and you're a partner, you should not pay $10 to go in the parking lot. That's not the one they told us to go into because all the other people directing us were like, go in the silver parking lot. So then I have to go back to the original parking lot, but it's one-way traffic. And there's the When You Were Young festival, which is all the punk bands that were on the same street playing a concert at the same time. Traffic was jammed for like, I think it was like 20 to 30 minutes just to get back to this stretch that was probably like 2 square kilometers around the block. It was not even that far. And then, yeah, so we had to go really far to get back because of the traffic. Finally get back again. Guy's like, I can't let you in. I already told you when we get back again. And I'm just like, dude, we have like passes. And I took my pass out and I showed him. He's like, damn, baby. He's like, you got the juice card? He's like, say less. He's like, I didn't know it was like that. And then he like takes the gate and he moves it over. He's like, you should have said something. And so like since I went to TwitchCon with Fox, we've just been making a joke saying, do you got the juice card? And the guy was so funny, like, and so hysterical that if we put this in a video, if we recorded it, it probably would have been like a trending short video or clip on TikTok or something like that easily. Like he was like a cartoon character level of funny. But yeah, then we were like, okay, well, we're going to be late for the thing we were going to because our K-Witty also streams Souls games. You guys might have heard of K-Witty. We were trying to go and meet him because he had a panel and he was doing like a presentation for everybody with a bunch of people. And we wanted to watch it live, but we missed it because of the juice card guy. But at the same time, we got a funny story out of it. So that's the story with that. We were like, yeah, is this... You were just like, is this real, man? Like, did that actually just happen? Like, but the funniest thing to me was like that he just thought it was okay to not apologize and make it seem like we were supposed to like he couldn't see we had a lanyard on through the window. Like the window was open. You could see the pass. But it wasn't until I was like, look. He's just like, damn, baby, you got the juice card. $10 in gas, yeah. Oh my God, dude. And also, really funny story too. Only time this has ever happened while I've driven, I've never gotten in an accident before or like hit somebody's car or anything. I didn't even necessarily hit anybody's car, but when I was in the rental car, there was a gap that was too small to fit between with the car, and there was a truck on the side of me that was going to literally hit me, and I almost had no choice but to basically go so close to the cargo of a transport truck that I scraped the mirror while driving of the rental car a little bit. It wasn't that bad, but it was a little bit. And the white paint from the transport truck, a bit of it came off on the mirror. It wasn't like a deep scratch, but you could see it. And we got out of the car at McDonald's. We're just like, what are we going to do? And then we just started bursting out in laughter. And I was like, I'll just figure that out later. This has been a crazy day. And I bring the car back to the rental place and they didn't say anything. they didn't care. So the juice card guy might have been a problem, but like, I guess that situation was nice too. And if Budget Auto Rentals ever hears this from Vegas, I'm sorry. Anyways, I'm gonna take a break, guys. We're gonna end the stream here, and I'm gonna come back and stream again. So we'll do begin journey 2. No, I'm gonna quit out, and we'll check what the time was on the file. 2:51:19. Nice. All right. Thank you so much for being here too. If you guys want to see me play drums on Clone Hero, I'll be back in 30 minutes or less. Here are the YouTube channels. If you want to see this run, it's going to be uploaded tomorrow on the main YouTube channel, at least by tomorrow, maybe Saturday latest. There is going to be the full playthrough of the 1 HP 1 stamina unedited on the second channel, but we've been trying to upload it 4 times and it keeps screwing up. So the very first run of this that I did, the PB of 12, is on the second channel right now. I put that up today. There's a new drum video on the YouTube channel for music. It's a My Chemical Romance Helena drum cover. And then next up is probably going to be Duality by Slipknot. So it's going to be fun. And yeah, I'm going to eat and then come back. So I'll see you guys soon. I'm going to find someone I can also host as well. And we'll surprise them with the good news that I actually am not a phony. I did this. You saw it. There were scary things. Where is where's the list of people I can surprise right here? Wait, who did that? Oh, Prastos. Thank you so much for the sub as well. Welcome back, man. Or welcome. It's gonna feel like a welcome back by the time I go live again. So I'm gonna say that now. All right, who can we raid? We can raid. We raided Lily recently. We raided Ben recently. Ben's doing a 600 pounds deadlift though. That's pretty crazy. Evray I haven't raided in a long time. I'm gonna raid Evray. Evray's doing a run where you have to kill all the rune bears in the game. I've never seen that before. We were talking about rune bears earlier, so I'll see you guys there. It's another Elden Ring stream. You can continue to see madness unfolding, and apparently the Starfists are being used. I can see Starfists, so there you go. Daily dose of Starfist that I couldn't provide for you. And I'll catch you guys soon. Let's go.